Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I want to do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope. Keep that going.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I want to do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope. Keep that going.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going. I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stunting, but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
Yeah, getting the mics hot right now, moving things around right quick. Let's do a little mic check right quick, see what's going on.
Hello.
Yeah, you're in the yellow. Could be a little better, but you're in yellow.
Hello.
All right, yeah, there we go. So yeah, look like it's gonna be us, man. You know, unfortunately, the layoffs and the retirements, you know, that regime, they got King.
I ain't heard from anyone in days.
I ain't heard from nobody in days, man. We the last of the Mohicans. We're gonna do the AI super chats, correct? That's how we're doing it right now.
We decided that we're gonna be AI too.
Listen, man, it's a new regime. We're trying to get in favor with the new regime, you know what I'm saying? And right now we have to make reductions in staff here at the ILP podcast, and King being part of the past. You know what I'm saying? Listen, it's a necessary cut. Solve, I think, Solve wasn't holding the line either. What you think, Adam? You think Solve was holding the line? What happened to Solve? Why he ain't survived?
I think Solve's stuck in Puerto Rico or something. This don't be making sense for him. Stuck in New York. Well, what's those movies called?
It's kind of like Escape from New York kind of thing. Like,
yeah, he's escaped from Puerto Rico. He's doing that right now.
They said the chat is like King and Software AI friendly enough. Yo, y'all funny today. The hashtag AI Lords. Oh, this is gonna be a fun one. We gonna talk today. King is on web day. Somebody said, "Man, I can't believe King is running it hard."
Hey. So it's the King is on Web Day later. Why is he not here? But is he on Web Day?
Is he on Web Day? Like, listen, man. Did you get a prepared statement from King like we did? You know what I'm saying? We got a prepared statement. So look, man.
Did you see last week's show?
Talk to me.
Where we cut up the script?
Yeah. Yo, bro, y'all was wilding with that. Yeah, you cut up us and said we going on. We listen to the Cog. We following the whole thing. Yeah. Look, man, sit tight. I
got 8 pages of scripts today.
Oh yeah. We are following the company line. We scripted up. We're following the company line today. There's a lot going on. But look, all jokes aside, what you want will be covered. You know what I'm saying? So we gonna get into it. We explain what's going on because obviously this is a huge day. It's a huge day.
King is not running. He will be here probably in the next 10-15 minutes.
Exactly. Solve was not cut.
We'd rather entertain you guys than you guys see the intro screen for the next 10-15 minutes.
But I'm saying, if we want to really be efficient with these super chats, do we really need Solve to read? I mean, we really got, in place. We got our co-pilot in place.
Here, okay. For this episode only, we will keep the AI on because I feel like the community deserves their voice too. Now, don't get too crazy with it. Okay, we will keep that AI on and it will sing. But don't get too crazy with that because I'm going to be looking at that shit. Okay?
Language.
I'm going to sign into it now. Don't make me do something.
Do something. Okay? So there's some D-Docs. What up? What's going on? I know. Y'all know what it is today. Shay said, no, down with the slop. Okay, I see what y'all do. Oh, man, damn. I thought we was going to be able to run this efficiently, cost-effective run and use the AI.
So we're using AI TTS today because the community needs their opinions in the matter. It's a big moment. It's a big moment.
We can't do that with Solve here.
No, we can do it with Solve here. It's a big moment.
But then Solve he got to log in. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is.
Wait, hold up. So you're saying you want AI to read today?
Yeah,
That's
we're going to
fine.
let AI read today.
You sure
That's
you
fine.
cool with this? You cool with this transition, this regime change?
In the spirit of the day.
Are you cool with that? Oh man, we doing text to speech today, Addy? Oh man,
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Here's my thought process on it. This is a big moment,
Okay.
and I feel the chat needs to have their moment too. Like,
Mhm.
you know, obviously that moment costs money, but
All right,
you
so
know,
let me unmute event sales for a second.
How is this the chat having their moment with
Yeah,
the
the
Hiding
moment.
in the bushes.
All right, can
Not
y'all hear
like
it?
this. AI
AI
lords.
lords.
He said not like this. The AI love. All right, I heard it. I just heard. I just want to make sure it's right because I've been having issues with sound stuff. Yeah.
I mean, we are in a full transitionary.
We're in a transitionary period. I mean, we have to acknowledge where the industry's going, Sav, and we have to put proper leadership in place. You know, that's going to follow the line. Somebody said ILP already got the memo. Oh, here they come.
There we go.
No AI.
Oh, here it is. Here it is.
I
Yeah.
told you, don't be doing stupid shit.
Language. You ain't on Lords After Dark, bro.
He forgot where he was.
You got where he was for a second. All right, no doubt, no doubt. So look, we'll get the intros going while we're waiting. The King will be joining us. Don't think he is
joining
ducking.
us. He's getting
See,
briefed. He's getting briefed by
He's getting
Asha.
free. He's doing his before this exit
Here's
interview.
the thing, Truffle. If you want to put those OOs like that, we got here at Iron Lords Podcast, we're against AI slop. And if you want to put those O's, it's gotta be a yellow for them O's for me to see that stuff. If it's a light blue and it's those O's, in the Iron Lords getting against AI slop, we gotta get those O's up out of here. You know,
Ridiculous.
you get your no AI,
Oh,
and then
yo.
that's all you get.
Look at the sauce.
Sharmageddon.
Yo.
So, do you need help getting into it?
Can you-
What? No,
hear
I've never logged into this. Did I?
While you guys talk, I'll.
All right, so you help him out. You do what you got to do. I'll read the intros during the this whole process, and hear ye, and we are live. Welcome to the Iron Lords Podcast LLC and lordsofgaming.net, episode number 435. It's another glorious Sunday. We're
Link
back
in
at the
the
round
Facebook chat.
table on the Lord's Day, and today. It's got a big one, y'all. Never thought this day would happen. Well, some of us didn't think this day would happen. But we are here. Phil Spencer retires. Sarah Bond resigns. Asha Sharma named new CEO of Microsoft Gaming. Matt Booty promoted to Chief Content Officer. And Sony shuts down Blupoint Games to discuss. So we gonna get right into it. So let's introduce the gaming knights of the realm. One down that will be joining us in progress for one of the biggest days in ILP history. My co-host with the co-most, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, Lord of the Spin Clap, and the How of the Young Wolf. My man, Lord Attic, back to back off a Lords After Dark episode with me.
What's going on, guys?
What are you buying?
Uh-oh.
Matt Finger's last words to Phil Stark. Chuaz's ladder.
Bro, you using my balls. You using my balls, little boy.
Yeah,
I was telling people who Littlefinger was.
You guys don't know. So, just for some context, we did a Lords After Dark last night on this with Gaz that's in the chat.
Shout out to Gaz.
That it was very, very loose.
Yes.
Oh wow.
Yeah, even Saw. We got the person that wanted the cussing. Saw was like, "Yo, this is went a little bit too much to the other side."
Oh, I didn't say the cussing didn't bother me. It was just the vividness of the imagery.
The vividness of the imagery.
That was all.
It was interesting, man. But yeah, we've got a big one as far as the the aftermath of everything. And like I said, shout out to the Septic Sauce. Gaz was in the building. Our Insider Gaming partners on Lords After Dark. You'll be getting that in a couple of days. Well, we got Web Dave.
Xbox taking it to the next level. ! Sony, not so much.
Okay.
Oh, we already with this?
We some people are still okay. Web Dave, all right. No doubt. But anyway, Attic, what else was going on? What you been playing?
Been playing a lot of Resident Evil Village. Getting ready for Requiem.
Yes.
I will say the doll maker in Resident Evil Village is better than
Demetrius, for facts.
Demetrius. I don't know why they did what they did with Demetrius. Her daughters was whack too. So like that whole castle should have been the last thing that was in that game, because I felt like they really stood out. But for some reason, as I'm playing through it, they're the least people that have all their I's dotted and all their T's crossed. I have no clue why, but hopefully, because here's the thing: Village tells the story of how the T-virus was made. Because the chick in Village, she's the one that like pretty much essentially started the basic material that you would need to make the T-virus years later. So it's interesting. It's interesting. Requiem is in a couple days. I'm going to be playing that. We got the Pokemon Red, Fire Red.
King 6721.
The world of Xbox is safe for another week. Mr. Maddie plays DDEP 268.
We don't talk about Mr. Maddie play.
We will get to that on Duke. You see, I'll address.
So when it comes to the Requiem stuff, back to the Pokemon. So we got Pokemon Red and Fire Green. I can't remember the names. Chat, remind me what the names are, because they've changed them multiple times. I can't wait to play those. Shout out to Nintendo and Game Freak for knowing that they could release that for $40 to probably $50 each, and they hitting you with a 20. That's crazy. Fire Red. Yeah, Leaf Green and Fire Red. That's what they're called. So they're coming out at the end of the month. I'm going to be playing those. I'm probably going to stream those. It's been a year since I played OG Pokemon. See, Fire Red and Leaf Green is remakes of the original Pokemon's Blue and Red. So I'm going to be playing those. Scream 7 comes out at the end.
Sending in my farewell taxes to Phil. Reality is Cog. Did you receive the gift I sent you? Micah shipped it to you.
Oh, yeah, that's you? Shout out to Matthew. Go, check out the homie. I say, bro.
Are you good?
Check it out. So you good? You can't hear it?
No, I can't hear it. I'm getting an update
Bro,
right now. So
you are Shinobi. I got my Genesis shirt on too for you, son. This was fire. And bro, the note and the love and the appreciation as far as the Duke community and everything,
awesome,
bro. Thank you so much. Like, this made my day. But more importantly, what you wrote. So yes, much love, brother. Thank you.
See, I don't have I don't have like a little post to show you guys, so I'm gonna move on. But Scream 7 comes out at the end of the month. Are you gonna go watch that, Saul?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we might have to do an R&R on that one, man. I'm mad excited for Scream 7. I don't know why.
Going back to Sydney after a couple of movies. So.
Here's King.
Oh man,
King, log in. We're doing TTS this.
I did it already.
Okay.
I heard somebody just put their super chat in as I popped in. I was like, ooh.
we said we're gonna give them their voice, man. We need.
We were in transition, like, because we're following,
the AI protocol.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a new regime, so we gotta assimilate. We gotta adapt.
Order 69.
What's up?
What's crazy is
we're heavily funded. We had to shift with it. So
Cog actually wins. Like, if you really look at it, and I'm following the script that was set forth for me last night. But
I'm just taking what came from the top.
Y'all gotta remember, Cog has been he's the inside man the whole time. Like, think about it, right? Every time I was disparaging AI, Cog was telling me, "Yo, watch your mouth." Like, watch your mouth. Like, he knew what was gonna befall me. And then he was like, but you use it every day. He tried to make us conform early. Y'all don't remember? I want y'all to really look at Cog. Remember, Cog comes from AI high school.
High school.
He was the valedictorian in AI high. So
I was the first to drive in the Waymo.
Bro.
I ain't gonna hold you.
Yo,
I wasn't here. I'm very pro tech in a way.
That's right. It's not pro tech, pro AI.
Cock hates the human spirit.
Yo, for real. He's like, yo, remember I was saying to Miles Dyson, and he was like, he was going to be the one that
listen,
the AI was going to listen to him.
You need someone to broker when they take over. You know what I'm saying? When Skynet takes over, you need someone that has that relationship. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be our layers on, so we're in good standings with the machines when they transition.
Itu Bute?
Etu Bute.
Yo, so
what is Bute?
I say it wrong all the time, right? So, yo, if y'all do not get your behinds over to the Insider Gaming app, with last night's show, first of all, it's the longest show that we've ever done, right? And we got Gaz there. If you don't get over to that app, first of all, you've never seen me like that ever in your life.
Yeah, it's lit. It's lit.
Ever in your life.
It's lit.
Solve two. Don't get it twisted. And AJ kind of popped up too. Addict did it too. So yeah. Cog was just, because he's AI compliant. So
Okay, David.
You call it government.
If you want to see us when we're not following Cog's script, you go to the Insider Gaming app.
because there's no script there. We signed the paperwork saying no Cog script.
Yeah, that's the first thing that Insider Gaming they're like, no, we got to make sure that Cog script doesn't go into this area. Like, this is no script podcast ILP.
Thank you, Tom. Thanks, Tom, for freeing me.
Sav, can you hear it now?
AI Satya. There's no red line.
Yes.
Only four
yes, okay,
games.
Yes.
All right, cool. Only 4. All right, cool. We all good on that. So that's been it, Addict. That's been it.
Yeah, it's pretty much been it. I'm just bowling up for Requiem. I've been making a lot of Resident Evil content. I'm going to continue doing that going forward. It's all things, man. Requiem's coming up soon. It's like in 4 or 5 days.
Your video's been lit, bro. I'm not even gonna hold you. He found his lane, or that lane.
He cooking.
Woo.
He cooking for
So
sure.
hopefully with any luck, I'll be. I am probably going to stream all of Resident Evil Requiem on the Addict Arena channel.
Yeah.
So if you want to go over there and because I know some of you like to watch games more than play games, especially games like Resident Evil Requiem, because these type of games like unsettle me. I'm glad I couldn't play it if it was first person. I could do it third person. First person, nah, we good. We good.
Yeah, well, I mean, should we not get codes or whatever? The Iron Bank will provide on this one.
Yes.
Iron Bank will provide. The team needs to talk about this game.
Oh,
You know it's so funny.
I know what you're going to do. Yeah, it's funny.
So funny.
The selection process of the Iron Bank.
We need to talk about this game. Is going to start my routing in the Lord Publisher. I'm start me off on the right foot on Lord Publisher.
I was so frustrated when we did that Lord Publisher because I was generally about to pick that, but I had to pick the one I picked first.
I got to call BS, bro. I got to do that. Yo,
Yes. I decide what's good.
It's definitely a fraud alert. That's a fraud alert. We got to bring fraud alert back.
Right, so in the background, I've been playing Final Fantasy VII Remake. And that was just for my love, just to figure it out. Hold on.
Rook in the building. Big
I'm
one.
head judge at a strongman show today, so I'm missing the big news episode live. But I'll come back and watch afterwards. Here's my tithe.
Appreciate you, Rook, man.
it.
You already know. I'm gonna see you in a couple of weeks, brother. Go kill that.
Man,
So you the head judge in a big man's contest? Hey, yo,
What?
yo. So you the head? Listen to what he is. He's the head judge in a strong man's contest.
Yo, don't do that.
And you
to
know
my
what's
man.
funny? You know what's funny?
do that.
Only King heard that.
That's crazy. Don't do that to my
You didn't
man.
hear it. You didn't hear it because you didn't want to hear it. I heard it. Listen, I'm baptized in Diddy oil. I'm not even gonna hold you. But that guy just told you he's the head judge in a strong man's contest. You a judge. Boy, what a
didn't do that to my boy.
It sound right, but
Don't do that to my boy. That's my man.
He put it. Listen, he typed it out, looked at it, and said, "I am Rook approved."
That's right. Go judge that. Go judge that. Do your thing, man.
Back to
Do your thing, Playboy.
Playboy.
get that.
Yo, be the best head judge they got.
You be the best head judge you could be.
Make sure they call you back the head judge some more. You're judging the best head.
You always need a good head judge. You always need a good head judge.
You always need the best head judge in the game.
Cog acted like he's talking from experience.
Cog was like, yo, I was up for that job.
Now you don't even do that.
But you beat me, son.
Don't you love how we turned this Ryan Rook to Cog in a drop?
Not Lord Beefy approved.
Yo, so Saab, listen, I've been doing Resident Evil remake in the background, and I know that's not going to fly past Sovereign, but Sovereign did issue that to me, and he understood why. Yeah. I wasn't going to play that. I wasn't going to do that, but it's content in the background that I'm doing because I'm doing comparisons and compare. I'm doing my digital foundry that I did back in the days. I'm doing that, and I'm recording and doing all that, Saab. So understand, I actually am working. But I need a Dragon Quest enjoy, right? So listen to this. So yesterday, and this is just yesterday. Yesterday, he said what the balance in the bank was. So he's hold on.
Oh, here we go.
King David unfiltered on the council tonight. Open mouth smile. TTS.
That sounds like a head judge with an open mouth smile.
Nah. He said unfiltered. He ain't say nothing with no open mouth.
No, it said open mouth.
Y'all doing open mouth judging over there.
Nah, that's the smiley face. Stop that.
Hold the line. Greetings from Amsterdam.
Oh, definitely. Yo, I can't wait to get to Amsterdam. I love how it sounds over there. But so he told me what it looked like over there. So I was like, cool. Because I had a request. Now, a lot of y'all don't know I had some personal issues that was going on this week, and that was really bad. Right. So if you see me super happy now, it's because the eagle has landed. Yeah. The king feels fantastic. The queen is gloriously back home. So you like I tell y'all before, y'all don't know what y'all got till y'all don't have it. And then if something is in jeopardy of you never getting it again, it's terrifying. It's absolutely terrifying. That's my forever person. So when that happened, I'm going through that, and then this information dropped. Anyway, so I was gonna say something to solve, and then once he said the bank number, I said, "Oh, I'm just gonna have to swallow that now." So when he goes, pause, swallow that, pause.
Head judge.
Oh no, stop that! You try to go through? You try to co-align that with me?
Hashtag head judge.
Nah, I'm not even.
I knew that was
Go swallow that. Go swallow that. Go do that.
He was talking like he knew that job when he was reading that job.
Yo, facts, right? He was like, "Yo, you got it? Damn, you got it."
I'm done.
So. I'm like, then he goes, right now, literally right now. Yo, y'all gonna get that. All of y'all. You get a Resident Evil. You get a Resident Evil. I'm like, where did this money come from?
Well, it hasn't. I'm looking at the date, and we should be getting paid soon. That's the only reason.
I feel you.
That number was real. I was like, when I looked at it, I was like, this can't be real. Yeah, it was real.
So, are we good at it?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. So, got a lot of games coming up, a lot of reviews. Even if I don't get the game early on record, which is looking that direction, I probably will review that game like 3 or 4 days after it comes out. Because it's like 15, 20 hours or something like that. That's an easy 3 stream out. And we out.
Yeah, spoke to some people. Yeah, definitely on the shorter side. So it's not like an open world type.
No, they're all about that time.
Yeah, so that makes sense. No doubt. Of course, we have our most technical gaming lord, the solo game mode lives for the single player selfish experience, and also the Sastradamus, the Lord of Clarity, Messiah, and Lord Patriarch of the sometimes open when it's convenient bank. PC.
when I deem it necessary.
When you deem it necessary. Bank. How are we doing, sir?
It's like Saw does the 19 or whatever it is. Like we deem this necessary.
How are we doing, sir?
I'm doing okay, doing very well. We had a spicy episode of Lords After Dark last night. Go check that out when it goes live. Go check it out, period. Go check out we are a little extra when we're on that app. So please go check that out. And last night we had Gaz on. It's a very, very, very entertaining episode.
Bro, hilarious. My boy came through. He's going through Ramadan. It was completely late. My man showed up.
He saved us on that one because we definitely didn't want to regurgitate similar content than what we would give you the reaction today. So we wanted to give another perspective, and Gaz was critical to that. He was on time before when obviously we had other things we had to take care of, and it was on us. So yeah, shout out to him again.
So wait a second, Cog. What's up? You mean to tell me we don't regurgitate the same stuff that we do on ILP. This is not an ILP episode
Isn't that
over
crazy? Yeah, man. Like how we take into consideration the audience and listen and give them very specific.
We all
things.
actually came together and said if we can't get like someone else to offset the conversation, we would just change it to something else.
Because we said the realm deserves the reaction of how we going to do it in a specific way. Whereas Lords After Dark, we want that to be something completely different. So we ain't going to be spitting the same bars, same verses.
And you're going to get interviews over there. We got an interview that's cooking right now.
Oh, yeah.
That I'm going to tell you when you see the promo drop for that interview is something that you never thought you ever see in your life. And me and Cog is going to be doing our 2-man team.
Rip Phil, Rip Sarah. Kate Cortana. Play the Crossroads.
Hey, yo.
See you at the crossroads. You won't be lonely.
Not the crossroads.
You can't be doing the Bone Thug and Harmony, bro.
Thuggish Ruggish fool. Remember that? That's the first time I ever seen Roy Jones. It was when he came out the Thuggish Ruggish fool with the white suit on. Salute.
Wow.
Who sang that song? I tip my 40 to your memory. Who is there? I forgot who that was.
I forgot. I know you talking about. I remember who said that.
It definitely doesn't seem like something I would look
No,
at.
you definitely did not listen. You did not watch that video back in the day.
You wasn't doing 80s, 90s R&B.
I wasn't alive.
I wasn't alive.
But they was doing 80s, 90s R&B, and that's how you got here.
Where? Mama Love might have been, Mama Love.
Nothing wrong with a little bump and grind.
Yeah, a lot of millennials was born for that.
Chill. We ain't gonna do all Kels here. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Nah,
So
2026, no Kels.
That's been it, so.
His AI algorithm is up.
Son, I'm listening. I'm trying to profit right now, man.
In terms of gaming, I did do a little bit of gaming. Playing Styx Blades of Greed. That third.
I thought you said you was playing Blade.
I was like, yo, he got the arcade noodle.
I thought he was talking. I said, oh, he's really in with Asha.
That's what I'm saying. Like, Dinga.
All you hear,
I am the immersive sim guy. So Dinga, hit me up, man.
Facts.
all you hear is me like, Saab, you weren't supposed to tell them that.
So I've been playing Styx.
I am back, Lord's AI is lit.
I can't with this.
Co-pilot the episode. Jesus. This is what happened.
We need you in these dark times. Hashtag MRPOOPOOCOG.
Mr.
The wildest thing.
Wow, that's crazy.
The wildest thing is, this guy, we talk. So I'm talking to the person that's doing this to us. Literally have a conversation with him. He's crazy.
You get one warning. That was an example of AI slop, and we won't stand for that. All right. If you want to participate in the AI slop days and the AI slop practices, that's gonna have to be a yellow, or it's getting skipped in the middle.
Addict gonna play.
Addict put a ban on you. Yo, AKW. Let me know if you hit a big bad mo. With what we was talking about. Let me know.
Because we at the Iron Lords podcast are against AI slop, and we have to tax you if you hit us with the AI slop again.
Continue, so.
So I was playing that. I'm playing something else. I don't think I can talk about.
Your song that you was talking about is "Gangsta Lean" by DRS.
DRS.
Gangsta Lean.
Gangsta Lean. I can't talk about the other thing that I'm playing right now.
Yeah, you cannot.
Yeah, okay. Playing that, saying something else.
Someone said Asha gave Addict a new script.
It's coming from the top, y'all.
Yeah, what else? I've been playing a little, trying to get through Reanimal, right? Finish up Reanimal. That's excellent. Beyond that, let me see what else. Yeah, just a couple of shout outs and condolences to some big names that have passed, and actually the past, week or two.
Crazy.
People that, like, again, we grew up with in one way or another, but like the great Robert Duvall passing away.
Yes.
The Beak, James Vanderbeek,
that was crazy.
Creek. I don't want to wait. I remember that.
Yeah, I was watching that.
Obviously the great Bill. What the hell is that?
I know I speak for King and I when I say, with Phil and Sarah gone, Our baby oil parties will have weight.
Oh my.
Next
Wow.
week we lit though.
Wow.
Continue. Who's the other,
Wow,
who's the other
wow,
rest
wow.
in peace shout out?
Bill Mazeroski passed away, right? McSteamy, Eric Dane passed away from ALS. Yeah, from Grey's Anatomy. Dude, I mean, you look at that guy, man. Like just
I don't even know how McSteamy that happened. That's crazy.
I mean, really, like ALS is really something else, man. Like it just took, obviously Jesse Jackson passing away, a big civil rights icon. Obviously I remember when he ran for president. And he's just kind of been at the center of a lot of these unfortunately bad situations that have happened over the course of the years that he's kind of not been in the middle of. He was in the middle of a scandal. I remember that one. And then just yesterday, man, Willie Colon, Southside Great, passing away. Fania All Stars, like one of the absolute greats. Performer Hector Lavoe, just an absolute legend in salsa, passing away at 75. These guys, 75 is young, man. Like I don't like these.
I'm trying to push a hundo.
For real, man. For real.
But I want to be a hundo with everything working.
I don't want to be a hundo.
I don't want to be a hundo and I'm hunched over sliding down the street. I don't want to be skateboard hundo. I don't want to be skateboard hundo. I want to be hundo walking around doing things. I see y'all out there. A lot of y'all hundos out there that's doing it. I salute you. I love you.
Salute.
And according to the AI, it's because they're doing chair tai chi. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
He's like, walking makes you old. Tai Chi makes you strong and young. I'm like, what is this, man?
That's the AI slop.
I'm like, it's ridiculous. Yo, it's gotten so bad. There are some funny lawyer commercials that come on Latin television, right? Like at the window, whatever. And my wife hates them because they're always stupid. She's like, why do they permit this on TV? So now they're using AI for these things. Bro, they now forget it, man. Now everybody's lit, and the thing is, now you have to say it at the end of the commercial.
Oh,
it
you have
says
to
it.
say it.
It'll say it. It was this was produced by artificial intelligence. So we are at the end times, ladies and gentlemen.
So what you might want to do, since you might still be employed here, Donna Taku, you can do member chats. AI, we don't have a program for member chats.
So I got to do member chats. Okay, Donna Taku.
Did he say we don't have a program for the member chat?
We don't yet.
Then he look over.
I'm working on some
AI and say, "Well, while you're still employed, you can do the menial work." And
this is a transition plan.
You know what he low key said, King? He's like, "Yo, you gonna work? You gonna read those member chats at least? Like
we don't. I don't have an agent.
We about to give you a pink slip. Like
I'm working on the agent. I'm working on the AI agent. We don't have member chats up right now.
Right now, we got the script in the
So
background.
we need him
for the agent.
we need him to train. You should do our machine learning here. You know what I'm saying? We got to let him to train the bot. Let's get that sound.
Let's get those likes up. Let's hype up these.
The more you talk, the
likes.
more we can copy your likeness.
I know, right?
The more we can assimilate you into the program.
I have to change my voice or something, man.
If that don't work, it figures it out.
Sadia Nutella and Herman Hulst need to go to Save Gaming. Also Spicy Talk SOV. I have plenty of nutmeg to give you. Sovi smile with horns, smile with horns, smile with horns.
That man said he got plenty of nutmeg for you.
Shout out to Sovi. I don't know who Sovi is.
Blessed day, fam. Stay warm, fellow knees. Snowflake, snowflake, snowflake.
We're getting it slow now. Storm is coming.
It's starting. It's starting up.
We're supposed to have 1 to 2 feet.
Oh, is that bad? I haven't even prepared, bro. Oh.
I put the salt down. I just shoveled my jam driveway. So I just put the salt down again.
I can't even use mine because it's Ramadan. Damn, I gotta be in the street. Yeah, I'm in a good spot now.
You need to find a place in the street and just stay.
The cool thing is I'm like the damn fire department that y'all always hear, so I can see it and I know it'll be safe right next to them because
they won't pack you.
They won't pack me in because they think I'm for them. Yeah, that's what's up.
Yeah.
Oh man, you got
the member chat. So Donald Taku, hold on, Donald Taku, member for 33 months, Lord Silver. Everybody needs to play Demon Tides. It's the only sandbox 3D platformer that goes toe to toe with 3D Mario in same mechanical depth and moveset. Yeah, this is by Fabraz, the same guys that are actually working on
better than
4D.
Messy.
Messy. These are the same guys that are working on
I like
Bubsy,
that
if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Let me see. Is it Fabraz? It is Fabraz working on Bubsy 4D. So the same guys.
I thought you said Febreze is out here making the game.
So
Any news on when the next
Cog and I
Xbox
have
event will
played.
be?
We've played Bubsy 4D.
You didn't hear that, Sovereign?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, you did.
I heard that.
Okay.
They just interrupted.
Yeah, it just interrupted me. But yeah, I'll definitely check it out.
Another one.
What's coming?
Yo,
through?
we're not doing that.
Asha Dominus Maximus
Hey, yo,
Aurelius
yo.
Sharma.
We're not doing that.
I can't use the
we're not
dominance.
doing
I can't
that.
use the emote. I put the emote
No,
up right
y'all
there.
not, don't get that down. What's wrong with you? Yo, what's wrong
I
with
thought
you?
we're doing a full
Seize
transition.
him.
Asha
Seize
dominance.
him. She don't get no name. What the hell
She
is
don't get
happening
it
here?
first of her name.
The Lord's
No.
XXX After Dark. Open
Yes.
mouth
All right.
smile.
So what I'll do is actually read who it's from though, because she doesn't say that.
No, it's fine. She's good. Let her rock. Let her rock.
Dustin the Taco, $2 super chat.
There's another one.
100% better than Astrobot aka Mario Galaxy Light.
Oh, for real? It's 100% better?
I've never played Mario Galaxy.
You're bugging.
Word? Oh, you bugging? Nah, you bugging. You bugging. But I will check out Demon Tides for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna check that out. Thank you, Don. I appreciate you.
Better.
That's
Don,
not a Nintendo made
better
game?
than a Hat in Time. Hat in Time's really good. I'm sure he's gonna say yes. It's better than Hat in Time.
Continue.
That's it. We are
We're
caught up.
with
Yeah.
member chats. All right, so we'll
Bless
keep
her.
assimilating your voice, and then we'll get the rest of that sent over to R&D.
Talks real nice. Real nice.
It's real smooth, man.
Yo, his
We're almost
face
there.
be dead serious too.
We're almost
Why the
there,
hell
man.
you wearing a Genesis shirt?
Oh, we're taking
Yo, what's happening? Yo, go change your shirt.
And it says HD.
We're coming full. We're coming full. Yeah, HD. We're coming full circle.
Yo, get your shirt out of here.
We're a Sega podcast now.
Yo, shut up. Yo, get that shirt out of here. Yo,
We're a Sega podcast, baby. You want to remember how this goes?
Nah. Yo, we ain't doing that.
Yeah, we're full circle. You didn't know I'm dressed for the
Yo,
occasion.
I just recognized the crap he pulling. Yo,
You don't. This is our glory days.
Get
You
this
don't
out
want to
of
go
here.
back
Somebody
to the glory.
shut his mic off.
Let's be a
Shut his
publisher
camera off.
together.
Yo, this was not in the notes. I did not sign up for this today.
Shout out to my man Matthew
See,
for this, bro. Thank you so
it's-
much, bro. This was not. Oh my god, it's so official. Thank you.
That's beautiful.
Blessings.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why he winning. Mm-hmm.
Is AI replacing us at LogNet skull?
Look, man, those AI articles. We got to get with the times, man.
You're done, son.
Look how
Y'all was using ChatGPT anyway.
look how crazy. Look how crazy.
Wow.
I love A Hat in Time, but Demon Tides is on another level. It's the breath of the wild of 3D platformers. As ambitious as Odyssey.
Wow.
Is that
Okay.
only on Nintendo platform?
No, it's on
Is-
Steam right now.
Okay.
Is it in Game Pass? Because I don't want to play it on my Nintendo Switch.
No.
Speaking of-
you ain't seen it. Look at the shirt Comcast. That's over. That's over.
Speaking of the breath of the wild of anything, have y'all seen that Crimson Desert footage?
Yo.
Yes.
Actually,
Sorry, it's to the point.
I-
I'm like, I'm starting to think that
I
game
gotta-
ain't real.
I gotta
It's like
connect.
it does
I gotta
everything.
connect.
Saying it's
I
not
gotta
real.
connect.
Oh, you got to connect. Oh,
For real.
Yeah,
Send
let's
it,
connect.
send it our
Let's
way.
connect.
yeah, let's connect.
Yeah.
Asha, oh.
There you
I told you, got to be on the yellow.
Yeah, sure.
No, that's your AI slop. That's your AI slop violation one.
we put that in the algorithm too. $10 for the O's.
I got one to read from Grape Mongoose, member for
Okay.
25 Buzzlord Bronze. Sony told Blupoint, you ain't enough, fam. Bye bye.
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy.
That hurts.
See,
That
look
hurts.
at that, man.
yeah.
Every time we give them the power, they do this O stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I don't mind you put a couple O's, but if we're gonna sit here for 5 minutes listening to that, like you're gonna have to put that behind a yellow. I'm gonna be honest,
I feel
or
that.
I got to get you up out of there.
I feel that. No doubt,
Oh, and
so.
it's Xbox Play Anywhere. That's right. I forgot.
Ooh,
about
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Nice,
that's right.
nice,
Yeah,
nice,
they added
Hey,
that.
your
just
Crimson,
recently.
remember that was the first one that told Sony you ain't hot no more because she was trying to give her the bag. You
That's
remember that?
right. She tried to lock it down. That's true. I forgot about that.
She was like, get out of here.
Stupid.
She's like, who is this old
So
dude? Hey,
dumb.
Unc, somebody get they Unc.
Yo, you
See,
stupid.
and the problem once again with the AI slop you guys are trying to pull on us is it's if our audience don't want to hear those either. So
Somebody said,
I think they
said,
do.
what about the first few super chats? Did we miss something? No, I'm saying.
no, I think he's saying would I let it go for the first few super chats?
Oh, okay, got it.
Game was rigged from the start.
PlayStation mismanagement. Phil leaving. Other we.
Who made Addict the please me?
Addict, I sent you that Addict.
All right, no doubt. So
Okay.
that's been it solved, or you good?
That is that's been it,
They
man.
got me.
Oh, he did
They
it.
got me.
The game was rigged from the start.
There
We
it
gotta
is.
hear it.
Addict. Oh.
AI is out of pocket. AI slop is out of pocket. Jesus. What's the P's for?
Oh, P.
What's that about? Anyway,
Other
moving on.
people, OPP.
Yeah, oh yeah, I guess. Are we good, soft, besides Christopher Desert?
Yeah,
Or you still-
that
Someone
is it.
claimed
That is
that
it.
some super chats didn't get read by the thing. We've been doing it the whole time.
No, maybe the early ones. But no, because we started
Let me just read them.
Just read them.
Matthew Walsh with the $5 super chat. Sending in my forward taxes to Phil. Reality is called. Did you receive the gift? Yeah, we
read that. Okay. No, we good.
RD45. Phil's retiring before the new console and Four Horsemen's come out. I'm sure nothing fishy there. Happy 25th. Actually, I don't remember hearing that one.
Okay.
Truckle with the two. My OP, I think Satya chose Aloysius over Sarah. Astro Parrot King, USA. Oh
yeah. Shout out to USA beating Canada for the gold in
nice.
hockey.
Nice.
yeah,
Yep.
two THX, two King hiding in the bushes, not like this AI lords. Truckle with another one, no
There you go.
AI. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
you guys, and then $5 super chat from we were good because the next one's Gaz where he said that,
Yeah.
and then Everborn. Way of Dave with the two.
Yeah, we did that. We caught up.
Xbox taken to okay.
No doubt. And of course, we have the Incredible Hulk of this, aka the XS Gamer,
Ooh,
the prophet of Xbox,
Swami.
king of the statues, who demands nothing less than the premium experience and is the ascended one of the Xbox platform movement.
Ooh,
Beloved Lord King. They said you wasn't going to show up today.
they're bugging. They're bugging. Yo, shout out to Ryan Garcia for beating Mario Barrios, winning his first welterweight championship, the WBC. I'm going to tell you right now, there's nothing better than seeing somebody that you know that has the potential to really wrap it all together, get his head wrapped around his skill set, and actually deliver.
Thank God.
Asha Dominus II? Second of her name?
No.
No. Oh, we missed one super chat. Gumby, damn it. $2 super chat. Any news on when the next Xbox event will be? So we had to read that.
No, I heard that.
Yeah, but we did. I think he got
No,
got
the
talked
AI read
over.
it.
The AI read it, but he talked over.
yeah.
Was Salva talked over. So when do you think the next one is going to be? I was showcase, right? The showcase.
No, it should be in March.
Oh, you think another one more? Okay.
Yeah, it's
Probably
another
like
one in
an
March.
ID at Xbox or something.
Okay.
Yeah, there's another one in
Smaller
March.
event.
You're gonna, you only saw 4 games in January. February was Nintendo and
So around-
Sony.
that's right around
Nintendo's
GDC.
supposed to be doing another one before the month is over, and March is Xbox again.
Okay. Continue.
So yeah, Ryan Garcia coronating somebody that has the potential, seeing him wrap it up and get to where he's supposed to be. It was like Shakur Stevenson when he was fought Teofimo Lopez a couple of weeks ago, and it was as formative as that. It was informative as well, knowing that now we do have 4 kings inside this division, and we can't see Ryan Garcia raised to the occasion. He does have a great trainer. He does have food in place. I was checking to see his stamina at the end. He boxed the brakes off this dude, caught him with early punches. The right hand was looking crazy. We know him for a left hook, but that right hand looks sick. He was looking really good. Now, is he really polished diamond? Not all the way yet. Soon to be. But the WBC came out with 2 belts, a chain, and a hat, and a shirt for this dude. And it's something that you've never seen. They've been wanting him to be the face of Latinos for a minute. They want to supplant Saul Canelo Alvarez so bad, and no one has stepped up. Hopefully, Ryan will fill that void. He will be the Oscar De La Hoya that we need now. So I can't wait for his pay-per-views and stuff. But that was dope.
I found it. I found it, guys. That there's been this noise that it was like ding. Besides the super chats, and I didn't know where it was coming from, but I silenced that fool.
All right. He said, I got it.
He said, I found it. He
said, I got it.
Going nuts.
Silence him.
No, it was Facebook. We were getting notifications from Facebook too, and it was just like disruptive for no reason.
Got you. He's a disruptor.
Oh, the likes. So this week, first of all, I'm going to give a shout out to Razer. I'm going to thank our partners over at Razer for doing the wonderful stuff that they are doing to making sure that the Lords do have the best in technology going forward as far as inputs and making sure that our gaming is up to par. So fight nights will be incredible. Gaming reviews and stuff like that will be top notch. They're making sure that we have the control in our hands. So shout out to Razer. And I want to thank.
Yeah, got the controller up. That's it right. Ooh, that's that Razer? Yeah. Wow. Is that the Wolverine 3? What is it? Version 3?
Yeah, Wolverine V3 Pro Edition eSport Green.
Yes, bro. Look at that D-pad. Look at those grips. Man, now, I will
show
say,
them how clicky the buttons are. Because I heard the buttons are supposed to be
do
really
we have
clicky.
extra buttons?
Do
we have extra buttons on the top and on the back? So for high performance, high level, advanced?
Game was right from the start.
Okay, cool. No doubt.
Let's spam hashtag no Phil hashtag no Sarah in chat. Tears of joy.
Christopher Hart
Look
is
at
out of
that,
pocket.
man. You start spamming that once again. That AI slop. I'm gonna have to find you.
No doubt.
All right.
Continue.
Yeah, so I just wanted to take a time out to say thank you so much to our partners over at Razer for all the wonderful things that they do and have been doing. Also, all the other partners that we do work with, Advanced GG, Insider Gaming, and we have a ton of other partners that we work with. But again, because a lot of people think that we only get access because we know Phil and Sarah.
Looking at it from a purely cold business perspective.
It's bad, Saul. They're updating in real time games she's playing. Someone told her to play Borderlands 2, and it popped up on her stuff this morning.
I said it bluntly last night on What's After Dark. Just shut the F up and do the work.
We'll get to the Asha portion later. After this, let's focus on Sarah.
Well, he might not be here for that.
Yeah,
true.
Yeah. But ultimately, yes, I just do think that it was something that was not the way she planned it, not the way Phil planned it. And whether they were giving some leeway in to handle how it happened. Yeah. The idea that that you come out one day and we're like, I'm officially today that I'm telling you this, I'm gone. Both of them. That does not look good. That does not indicate to something that was handled with necessarily with care and time spent on how to do it. So yeah, and if I'm I'm looking at the situation, and I think the reality is that at some point there was truth to the idea that she was the heir apparent, right? And something changed internally. The direction changed. The numbers, the expectations of where the numbers would be were not there. And then things shifted and changed. And then you get someone like Asha, whose expertise is, in growing a platform, continuing to grow a platform. And when you think about what's been the problem with Xbox is that, the console is not selling. Not enough people on Game Pass. Like, you're not bringing enough people to, and I've been critical of that for years of like, hey, I understand that it's a different world. People aren't watching television like they used to, or whatever the case may be. But I don't see any advertisements for Game Pass at all. I don't see them marketing Game Pass other than to people that already know what Game Pass is. I talk to so many people out at work who ask me about game related stuff because they know my attachment to it. And damn near none of them know what Game Pass is. They've heard of it.
For that.
Yeah, yeah, and right, and there's a
reason for that, Parris.
And in Parris, I've said the same thing. I do not believe that Game Pass is long for this world. I don't believe that at all. That's what I feel. Something else that I've said for a long time. I'm just like, the numbers ain't numbering. This never made sense from a business perspective. As a consumer, fantastic. I'm all in. But looking at it from the other side of the coin, it never made sense to me because I just think games are just so different than a movie that takes 3 months to film or whatever the case may be. Budgets are notwithstanding, it's just a different process that I don't think fits within that model of selling games or whatever you want to call it. So yeah, I don't think I think this is somewhat contentious and everybody's being adults about it. I don't know that we'll ever hear the truth about exactly what it is. I mean, she said she's staying on as a consultant. You know what that means and how smooth this transition is going to be and how long that transition takes. Who knows? But yeah, anytime you have your top 2 head honchos walk out the same day, it's never smooth. All of these statements were I think they took more time on the statements and getting that right.
Some of comms was outside on some of these, man.
Yeah. So but as for, I think Sarah did. She did what she could in terms of growing that the relationship with Japanese studios, right? She was there kind of front and center with Phil. Her goal also was to expand upon Game Pass and the offerings in Game Pass, and I think she was somewhat successful in that because again, you mentioned that we go back to the dark days and the early days of Game Pass, and you had Crackdown and nothing else, and you were paying $15
for like Xbox Studio family of 5 studio
for a lot of scarcity in there. So she did good work in that regard. I just think the pivot internally meant that she does not necessarily possess the skill set that they want or need for where they think Xbox should be going. And that's unfortunate. But again, we'll talk about whether that we think that's, the pivot or where Xbox is going is a good thing or not. But, it seems fairly obvious that, wherever they want that brand to go, Phil and Sarah aren't necessarily the best people to lead that charge.
Fair enough. We got legendary Lord Destin Legarie in the chat. I see my friend there. I'm gonna get a mic check. Hey, good to hear from you. Great. Listen, man. So look, man, we're right in the middle, but I want to get your bars, Destin, in reference to also Phil. We're the Sarah portion, but I want to get your bars also in reference to the Phil Spencer legacy and just your thoughts on that news, when that broke in conjunction with Sarah now that we're talking about.
Yeah, I kind of covered this on my most recent video where I was going over Asha and what she's done and just sort of my philosophy on the whole thing. If you look at the conversations around Phil Spencer, what has it been lately? Oh, just 4 games until it's not. It's all these memes. It's all this negativity. Console sales are not doing well. People are unsubscribing from Game Pass. Quality of games have taken too long to be activated. I do think it's going to be a great year, but I mean, there's truth in the Redfall criticisms. He's been criticized for Activision Blizzard and even purchasing that. He's blamed for the Activision Blizzard layoffs, Krafton buying Hi-Fi Rush and closing that studio. They opened the AAA Perfect Dark studio, and that didn't actually result in any game being created. Those are the narratives that have been circulating online for a long time about Xbox. I like Phil. I actually see a lot of the positive changes that he's made. I think making Game Pass was great until it became prohibitively expensive, but it's definitely a new way for people to experience games. The whole industry hates it. Everybody has talked about how it's not profitable, how it doesn't make any sense, and everybody in the games industry, like Sean Layden, has heavily criticized it. So my take on Phil is I like Phil as a person, and I actually really respect a lot of the changes that he's made, and game preservation has been a big focus for him and making sure that Xbox gamers have their library in perpetuity. But the optics of the whole team, him and Sarah, have been negative for the last 3 years. Nothing but negativity. You guys have talked about the Xbox tax, I'm guessing people on this call have, and what they have to deal with. That's just what they've been dealing with. I think this is leadership looking at another 30-something% decline in console sales and struggling revenue and just saying, we need to flip the table. We need a complete reset. This isn't working. We also want our AI thing to happen. If you've watched Asha's conversations, she is very well spoken. She doesn't stutter. She comes off very laid back, confident, intelligent. She comes off very well on camera. When she presents in front of a crowd, scripted or not, she is confident and well spoken. I understand why they would select somebody like that to replace Phil and Sarah. I also think Phil and Sarah probably aren't super happy. That's why Phil is retiring or whatever happened there. I think he will still be around for the 25th, and they have him on through the, I believe they said the summer for consulting.
Yeah.
I think Sarah was mad and she left, but it was a huge comms mistake to not include her on the list.
Very strange.
And then several hours later, have her post something on LinkedIn. I was calling that out. I'm like, where's Sarah Bond's statement? She resigns and you have nothing laid up for this. This is it's a massive comms mistake, in my opinion. But
Phil was the only one that really addressed. Phil was the only one that addressed her in his statement. Nobody else really spoke about her. Nobody else did.
Say something, Parris. I saw you put your hand up.
Go ahead, Parris.
I just want to make sure I get my stuff in after Destin because
I got you. Yep, I got you right after. I was thinking about that. Yep,
I'm in the same boat, Parris.
Yep, we got you. We got you too. We appreciate you guys showing up.
Yeah, it's similar with Sarah. I think the optics around Sarah Bond are, I think we all liked Sarah. She's a very kind person and she comes off very well. You remember the Bloomberg interview right after layoff, she gets shaken.
Yeah, that was tough.
She gets emotionally invested in the situations, and I think that stumbles her up. I think all of the interviews that I've seen with her on camera, have we ever seen an uncut interview with Sarah Bond? I know Variety, it's often cut, and I know that, I don't know why that is.
Right.
So that's been a little confusing to me. Asha, you can go watch your interview with Porch. She worked for a year at Porch. And what did she do? She got close with journalists. She repeatedly kept open comms with everybody she possibly could. That started allowing her to get coverage of their brand on various publications. And it's because she was very open and forthright about what they're building at Porch and what they're excited about and willing to do interviews. I think it was a very smart strategy, and that company ended up catapulting into success.
Right.
So when you start looking at the reasons why they would potentially make this change, I asked Phil about retirement during my interview.
Yeah.
And I've been thinking, you can probably tell I've been thinking a lot about everything that's happened here. And like, why would they make this decision? Why would all of this transpire at once? Everybody's focusing on what's her gamer score, which I think frankly is like, it's an interesting topic. Is it a robot running her account or something? But it's like Strauss Zelnick launched Grand Theft Auto 5 and what else? Borderlands 4, which is the fastest selling game in the franchise. He's about to launch Grand Theft Auto 6. And several other Red Dead Redemption 2, Civ. The premise that you need to have a high gamer score to be a good CEO, I think it's just false. Herman Hulst also not batting 1,000 over at PlayStation.
I think when it comes to that, it's worth mentioning, but that's not the endo de facto.
I mean, Strauss Zelnick is proud of the fact that he's not a gamer. He's not. That's not my
he's
job.
He's very open about it too.
Like,
every time he interviews, he's like, "No, I don't game. That's their job."
And I don't think it's Asha's job to play games to have that aspect of it. That's going to be Matt Booty's job.
Yep. Right. I want to ask.
What I want to hit.
I got you right now because I know
that's it. That's my whole.
Hold on with that. Don't leave because I do have two follow-up questions because the chat would kill me if I didn't ask you this. One would be in reference to the statement you made in reference to Game Pass and saying that the industry hates it. What do you say when people say, well, developers love it and without the existence of Game Pass that they wouldn't help them get across the border, get the game released? And then the second question would be in reference to generally, the talk, you had a great point about gamer, like an executive not needing to be a gamer, right? The other conversation that has come up is parasocial relationships with executives, and some thought process behind it is like it's a mistake for Xbox again to kind of try to cultivate this culture. This is what got them in their problem to begin with. So, what do you say about the Game Pass thing, and then parasocial relationships with Microsoft Xbox leadership?
Let me start with parasocial relationships because I know a lot of you in person and, we've talked. I'm probably a lot more chill in person, laid back. I'm always happy to see anybody. I don't really care about what happens online, right? It's just nice to see people in the industry. I've had developers tell me that I turn into a totally different person when I do interviews, and you have to be able to flip that switch. You are there to get questions for the gaming community, not to be friends with that person in that moment. You are there as a journalist. So I like Phil, but when I do my interview with him, I want to ask him the questions that the community wants an answer to. That's my
just
my
to
purpose.
interrupt on that situation. We've actually had moments with interviewing people that we was just like, look, we gotta ask these questions.
Oh,
like,
we're not doing
you
a service
can
to our
PR
community.
spin your way around it. I don't care
Yeah.
what you do. We have to at least ask it. What you choose to say is on you, but we have to ask it. Like,
And I see that as a service to them, honestly, because if you don't ask the question, you look bad, and it's like they're skirting the question. So you're giving them an opportunity to address the elephant in the room. It's like, I'm putting this in front of you. I'm doing my due diligence to do that. And it's not, and you could do that in a respectful way. You don't have to like come in hot. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, for sure.
And then the other
Game
question about Game Pass, it's been
Developers.
heavily criticized by executives.
Okay,
Right.
Go ahead.
So in terms of developers and game creators, yeah, like Expedition 33 probably wouldn't have existed without the Game Pass bump. And there have been
plus
several other
developers
games.
that's getting big bags for their games are probably going to favor it in general. So
Yeah, of course. I bet that money's drying up though.
No,
So,
fair enough.
I
right-
think it's dry. I don't think it's
No.
drying up. I think
No,
it's
fair
dry.
enough. Fair enough. No,
Right.
The thing I'd say though, because
Right
I
now
know
we're
it
in
gets a lot
one
of
last point, Lord. Pardon me.
Mhm.
One last point. I think we were at a different time where there was a lot of money to spend, and now we're in the buckle up because it's going to be a tough 3 to 5 years.
Well said. I said, I appreciate. I know your time was limited, and just to have you on is a blessing. This is a major point. I got to get Parris because I know his time is limited. Next,
I did interrupt, Lord. I apologize.
no, Shazam. Did you want to say something?
I
Sorry,
was just gonna say real fast, from the business perspective of Game Pass, I mean, we found out, and I'm gonna pat myself Barry Horowitz style on the back here, because I said a while ago, by my very conservative math, Game Pass is probably bringing in $5 billion a year. And what did then we find out? Game Pass is bringing in $5 billion a year. And I forget what the rest of my math was on that, but I think that would float like something stupid like 200 Last of Us 2s at the same time on an annual basis. So I'm not really convinced that Game Pass isn't profitable either. I just don't see how that math ain't mathing for me.
Right.
So I just wanted to say that about the Game Pass.
No, I get you,
piece.
and I think it's two different conversations, honestly. And I think it's both things you said could be true, because at the same time, I know for a fact what Destin is saying from some executives, they don't like it and they look at it as really hurting the industry and subscription model and so forth. But I got to get Parris because he's next. I know he's something that's suggested there. But Parris, you wanted to get somebody. We did talk about your thoughts on Sarah in reference to it.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to rapid fire this.
Okay,
thing.
go for it.
I want to hit the Game Pass thing. I want to hit Sarah. I want to hit Asha, and I want to hit Matt Booty.
Oh, go for
because
it.
I think that is a critical component here as well. So the Game Pass thing, real quick.
You want to hit that booty?
Shout out to Jess.
Oh no, Jess is here.
No, but yeah, I'm pressed on time, so I'm
no,
gonna try
all
and
good.
Get this in real quick. So
Jess
the Game
had to
Pass
take
thing,
King's spot, making everything pause worthy.
Yes. Anyways, the Game Pass thing. So it's not going to go away. But I think, and here's why I think it doesn't go away. Let's not forget, allegedly their next gen strategy is this hybrid Windows device. There's probably not a multiplayer paywall anymore. So Game Pass is going to have to supplement that in some way. So you're still going to have a low cost entry tier of Game Pass. Day and date is the interesting thing here. I don't know if it survives. It may survive, but I can see it being even more expensive as we move forward. So they can at least say, we offer a service that gives you day and date, but you're going to be paying for it if you want to be a part of it, right? And then, like I said, I think you have something that's a lot more affordable that's essentially Xbox Live Gold type pricing. They keep that there. So I think Game Pass exists, but I think Play Anywhere will be the new marketing talk. Buy it once on our store, our digital store, and you get to play it across multiple devices, right? Right. The Sarah part of this, I think Sav and Destin kind of hit on everything I really wanted to say about it, in the simple fact that we all know, Stevie Wonder could see she was being, groomed to be the successor as a CEO. And I think with recent things that have happened, because think about it, she did the one interview that was like 2 months ago. Variety. She was on Good Morning America. So she was becoming the face and the voice of talking of Xbox. So again, something more recently happened. And I think obviously the financials, they weren't growing. We need someone that can be in the CEO seat that can actually drive the business to actually grow. And maybe they felt that Sarah was not the person to do that. I mean, it could be that simple. We will never know the truth about this. I think it is more than fair on her part that I can't sit in the same position that I'm in, and then you literally bring someone in that I was supposed to be. I'm out of here.
Right.
I of course. So unfortunate. I think a lot of us that got a chance to meet and talk to Sarah over the years, we know she's a real one. So it's unfortunate that she's leaving the way that she did, but I totally get it. Which brings me to the Matt Booty part of all of this, right?
Who survives the regime.
If you're bringing in Asha to everything that Destin was talking about, because I did the same thing, Destin. I went and I watched some of her previous interviews and saw all that. She's very well spoken, very confident. You know, she damn near make you believe in AI if you watch the videos. But I get it from a leadership standpoint. Let's make her the on-camera person. Let's make her, obviously, all the other stuff that she's done, Instacart and all that. It makes sense. I get it. I guess is the point I'm making. But Matt Booty, what I think people aren't realizing, look, they're calling him the chief content officer. Essentially, he's replacing Sarah Bond. Right. Look, let's be real here. He's moving up essentially he's going to be the one that, in a sense, is running Xbox.
It seemed to me that he's pretty much combining him and Sarah Bond's roles into one.
Exactly. And that's my point. Now, here's the thing. And look, Matt Booty, I see the comments online. He catches a lot of heat, fails upwards, all this stuff, blah, 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 blah. I've had an opportunity because he's not been as public-facing.
Not as public-facing as the rest. Yeah.
Last year, I actually got a chance to have an extended conversation with Matt Booty for really the first time.
No problem.
People forget, he's a game dev. He's been around a very long time, the Midway days. He goes way back.
Oh, yeah, he goes way back. Oh, yeah, I know people that know him from there.
He's a game guy. So, again, I think you need someone in that position is the point I'm trying to make, that understand games, that knows how to make games, that has been a part of that process. He's obviously been within Xbox for a very long time. He knows where the bodies are buried, right? He's been in those meetings where decisions have been made. So I think it makes sense to make him the number 2 to Asha, because he's going to be the one that's going to help get her up to speed from a leadership standpoint and understand why certain decisions were made. And obviously he was already overseeing all the studios anyways. So I get it. Now, here's the thing that both of them have to do. And I think it starts in a couple of weeks at GDC. Start talking to devs, number 1. More important than us. You got to start talking to devs. And then you got to eventually start talking to us. Asha and Matt needs to start selling us on whatever this new vision is going to be. Help us understand. Like Destin was saying, we got to ask the tough questions if we get the opportunity to do so. Well, why are you saying, a return to Xbox? What does that mean? Or so are you saying what was previously happening the past couple of years was a mistake and you need to course correct on that? Help us understand what did you mean? Look, I ain't going back to exclusivity, but so what is the multi-platform thing? Why aren't you going back to exclusivity? What is this new hardware going to be? Why is Windows so important to the future of gaming for you? These are all these questions that her and Matt are going to have to answer. Yeah, and absolutely. I think what they're going to, the thing that they're going to have in the short term is they've built a roadmap of games this year. Again, if they are good and quality, Gears E-Day, Fable, Forza Horizon 6, allegedly Modern Warfare 4. If these games are good, obviously the Halo thing, give or take however you feel about it, but you got a strong lineup leading into your
2026,
not about the anniversary, but 2026, you got a strong lineup. And if you can deliver on those games and then synergize everything else around it about what your next gen look is going to be like, look, I will be front row on March 11th at GDC for that Jason Ronald keynote, because I'm so fascinated to hear what he's going to have to say and what this strategy is going to look like, because that's where it all starts, man. Again, she could tweet all she want and I hear you and all this stuff, but at some actions. Point exactly, it's about actions that really is going to deliver whatever Xbox is. Again, Phil's a great guy, Sarah's a great person as well, but if their leadership felt like we needed a new voice in the room, again, I get it. And look, we've all in shock. We all are trying to analyze and figure out what is what. But ultimately, we'll have to move on from this. And then now you have to start judging the new leadership on, like you said, their actions. Because like I said on Twitter the other day, Asha deserves some of our grace for now.
Right.
Let's see
let's
she's
see.
going to be able to do, over the next 6 to 9 months or over a year for Xbox. Again, like she said, the very first thing, deliver great games. None of this matters if you don't have great games. So we'll see what they do.
Well said. Jez Gordon in the Windows Central in the realm. Can I get a mic check? I just want to make sure we can hear you okay. And I know that's not your time right after. All right, cool. So I just want to catch you up. Obviously, we're talking about, Phil, Sarah's departure, and then obviously Asha, because I don't know how much time we have with you as well. But I wanted to get your thoughts on
I thought this was a World of Warcraft podcast.
Unfortunately, I hate to break your bubble. We are now between WoW today. Well, what are your thoughts, man? Obviously, on this major shift, this huge inflection in Xbox, and then obviously, Asha Sharma, the new Microsoft CEO. Effects.
I mean, I kind of echo what Parris said about giving Asha grace in the near term. Really resonated with me. Because it is, and it's all up concerning, right? I've said in the past that like my read on the situation at Xbox was always Phil was the political guy who could explain gaming to the C-suite, the Satya Nadellas of the world. Phil famously said like, and he didn't really necessarily mean this in a bad way, but he said something along the lines of Satya was like, "Why are we in gaming?"
Yes.
Which to a layman is probably like alarm bells ringing, right? Like, why would you even ask something like that? But it's kind of like it's almost like asked in a sort of rhetorical sense of like, what can we actually? Because Microsoft's a huge company, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, if we're not there to win, then why are we there at all, right? Is kind of like the thought process of Satya asking a question like that. And buying Activision Blizzard was like a catalyst, a catalyst towards finding that win, right? Which is, it's not just Call of Duty, but it's also things like Candy Crush we talked about before, and having penetration on mobile platforms where Windows frankly isn't present at all. It's been notorious how difficult Microsoft services have had it on mobile in a universe where Google controls default apps, whether it's Chrome on Edge, Chrome versus Edge, or Google Drive versus OneDrive or iCloud or whatever. Like, none of Microsoft services can penetrate there. The only thing they've had any success with on mobile via acquisitions is gaming, because Google and Apple aren't in gaming. So for me, Phil was always the guy who could sell the vision to Satya about why it's a good thing to be in gaming. So I was always, kind of concerned that without Phil being there, you essentially get someone who's a yes man, or in this case, a yes woman, who will sort of bow down to the most Excel spreadsheet inspired whims of Amy Hood and Satya Nadella. Amy Hood being the CFO, right?
It's not encouraging.
It's not encouraging, no. So there's plenty of room for cynicism there, because Satya himself's even come back and said like, they've made decisions that they regret based on what the spreadsheet has told them to do, right? And I think some of Microsoft's biggest problems right now, which is the lack of an endpoint on mobile, for example, are completely the result of Satya's bad decision making and short-termism. So I thought it was quite interesting that in the article they put out there, they specifically talked about playing a long game, not thinking short term. They mentioned that twice, thinking more of the long term, which for me was an acknowledgement that it is a difficult time in the gaming industry, and there are these sort of demographical, generational kind of issues. But to me, that was a pretty positive signal. Is kind of like them acknowledging some of the arguments that'll be made about what potentially could go down as a result of this. It feels like they're cognizant of the idea that people like me and cynics out there will be saying some of this shit, right? And they want to push back against that. And I feel
push
like
back
you
on
don't
the language a little bit. Thank you. It's a large statement.
Yeah,
I appreciate you. Continue.
That's his PG-13.
Yes, thank you. Continue.
Sorry. I always do this on the show.
We'll get you on Lords After Dark, and you can be freely.
Put you on
We
Lords
got
After
you.
Dark,
Don't
and then
worry.
you can have your conversation.
I appreciate you, brother. But continue.
Yeah. So the other aspect is like, you know, reading between the lines of things I said, they talked about like playing a long game and also mentioned hardware, trying to reassure people on that front. A lot of attempts to reassure people on things they know are going to be talking points and cynicism. And I feel like if your plan is to kind of destroy Xbox and hollow out what it is, then you don't make these kind of talking points because it just shoots down your credibility in the future. People remember things. People remember this shit, right?
Right.
And you know, like decades later, people remember things Microsoft said and then not delivered on. You know, and whether it's in business, whether it's in the consumer products and all this kind of stuff, I feel like you don't put these kind of statements out there unless you actually at least aspire to deliver on them.
Right.
Whether or not
I argue they already don't care about that. They've already showed that with statements they've made within the last 2 years, though. So what's different now?
Well, this is like I mean, so I presume you're talking about the four games thing, right? The difference is that this is like they've sat there and carefully curated these letters, these emails, these messages. It's not like something Phil kind of said off the cuff on camera. You know, Phil, that wasn't a scripted kind of event. Phil wasn't reading from a teleprompter. Phil misspoke, frankly. You know, these were like they've sat down and carefully curated these letters to put out a specific set of statements. Now,
Jess, I wouldn't say he misspoke, but they just didn't have the full context since it's been memed. He said we're going to start with 4 games, not just 4 games.
Well, even still, you know, that Phil has said things that have ended up changing, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there are things in this letter which will change over time. But my only point is this is a sort of starting point upon which we can assume this is what their genuine aspirations are for now, right? It's to sort of undermine some of the conspiracy theories that are out there. There's already a lot of conspiracy theories that are like, oh, the hardware is going to be cancelled, Game Pass is going to be shut down, like all that kind of stuff. And to be fair, they didn't mention Game Pass a whole lot in these letters.
Not one time in the mention was Game Pass.
So like that you could take that as a signal, you know, that maybe Game Pass, the structure of Game Pass is something they might potentially be looking at. But the things like, but if you're taking that as a kind of a signal, then you have to take a signal in the other direction. Like, what are the things they did mention? One of them is hardware, endpoints, the core, you know, that kind of stuff. They've carefully curated that message. So my only point is that like this is at least what they aspire to as of today, as per a very carefully crafted, curated set of messaging. And I think my read on it right now is very much like wait and see, hold them to account, watch them like a hawk, call out the bullshit if we start smelling the bullshit, and I'm sure there will be.
Lords After Dark for you.
Sorry. Oh my god.
I know.
Just start muting him.
No, I don't do that. We will not silence him. Continue.
I'm sorry.
No, you good, brother.
But yeah, it's like just wait and see.
All right. So
It's
before
kind of
I got
how
you.
I'm taking it.
I got you. I want to ask Destin a question because I know he's got things he got to do. Because now I want to just really shift. King, I got you. Trust me. I know we've been waiting to hear from you.
Listen, I made sure that I didn't listen to anybody's talking points.
Okay,
so I'm not
cool.
going to parrot any of y'all guys.
We're going to just transition right into.
I don't really think like you guys anyway, so it doesn't matter.
We know. So just transition kind of what you led off with, Jez, which is obviously the second part of this, which is Asha Sharma, right? New CEO. You know, we got this statement, and I'm just going to parse it. I'm not going to read a lot of the whole thing. It is very long, but to Jez's point, you know, she talks about, you know, celebrating her role. She comes in with 2 things: humility and urgency. Her first job is to understand what makes this work as far as the gaming business and protect it. She starts with 3 commitments: the great games. You know, she mentioned how also as far as these unforgettable characters, these stories, innovative gameplay. She talks about promoting Matt Booty in his honor of commitment. He understands the craft and challenges of building great games, has led teams that deliver award-winning work, and has earned the trust of game developers across the industry. She mentioned second, the return of Xbox Xbox, a recommitment to core Xbox fans and players that have invested in them for 25 years. She talks about gaming living across multiple devices, not on a single piece of hardware. Also, third is the future of play, witnessing the reinvention of it, talking about leaning into these things as well. And as well as she talks about monetization and AI involve and influence it. As monetization and AI involve and influence its future, we will not chase short-term efficiency or flood our ecosystem, and she does use the word soulless AI slop. Games are and always will be art crafted by humans, created with the most innovative technology provided by us. The next 25 years belongs to the teams who build something surprising, something no one else is willing to try, and have the patience to see it through. We've done this before, and I'm here to help us do it again. I want to return to the renegade spirit that built Xbox in the first place. It will require us to relentlessly question everything, revisit process, protect what works, and be brave enough to change what does not. Thank you for welcoming me into this journey. And then obviously Matt Booty also as part of this team. He thanks Phil, gives a lot of gratitude. He said he have good reasons to believe that's ahead. The organizations, the franchises have navigated change for decades. Our strength comes from teams who know how to adapt and keep delivering. Their confidence is grounded in a strong pipeline of established franchises, new bets we believe in, and clear player demand for what we are building. My focus is on supporting the team and leaders we have in place and creating the conditions for them to do their best work. To be clear, there are no organizational changes underway for our studios. And thanks for everything you do for players and each other. I want to give it to you, Destin, in terms of now, the new regime, Asha Sharma, Matt Booty statement. How are we feeling? What are your thoughts?
I think there's layoffs by the end of 2026 at these studios. She highlighted very clearly in her statement that making tough decisions and changing how things are operating currently. And I don't think you get a pair of fresh eyes in there that just says, yeah, everything's going great. We're 30% down on the console sales. We're seeing attrition on Game Pass. Let's just keep doing that. It's not going to happen. She's absolutely going to make changes, and her leadership team will identify what those changes end up being. Not in the immediate future, but I do think we see that for the end of the year. I do think that she's set up for the next several years, probably 3 years in terms of strategy, because Phil and Sarah have largely built that. How she tweaks it is what's going to be interesting to a lot of people. We know about the handheld and new hardware. What is that going to look like under her leadership? In her public statement that you were referencing, she highlights how it's multiple devices, but then she said, hear you, to somebody who asked about exclusives and exclusivity. I don't know if there's anything to glean there because they're conflicting messages, basically. I think she's just acknowledging that, yes, we hear you, but I don't know that that means anything's going to be changed or implemented. I do think that she's already interacting with people online, or her
active
bot is, according to some.
Destin,
the AI bot. So I mean, like, I think it's humorous that people think it's a bot. And if it is a bot, I would find that so
that's kind of hilarious.
I think it would be really funny if it was, and all these people are arguing with it and like theorizing if it's a human or not. And I'm like, this is just kind of humorous to me. I don't know. And she doesn't care about industry norms.
Did you
either.
see her respond to someone that said beep,
boop,
beep,
boop, boop. It was funny.
Yeah, that was funny.
It's,
that was funny.
charming,
I did
right?
like that.
Yeah. She doesn't care about industry norms, and I see that, or she doesn't know about them. She's posting on X right now. There's a big exodus where everybody's only posting on Blue Sky or X or what, or I don't know what that's about. But anyway, there's a lot of thoughts about that. She clearly doesn't care about any of that, and she's only on X, as far as I know, for her social media presence. And just one comment to Jez. I mean, Google and Apple are sort of in the gaming industry in that they're a publisher, but that's what the industry is sort of struggling with right now. Xbox isn't competing with, according to them, PlayStation. They're competing with Roblox, who has one gardening game that beats all of Blizzard. They're competing with other publishers like Google and Apple that are taking away time, and they are competing with TikTok. Everybody memed on Matt Booty for it, but every president of every company has highlighted how shorts and the attention economy is a challenge right now for all of these places, because you can get your dopamine hit on your phone in 10 seconds.
That's right.
Plugging a console into a TV and dedicating that moment to actually sitting and playing one property, it's a harder sell these days because the world's changed.
This is why I think she was picked over Sarah ultimately, is for that hyperscale dopamine social media audience experience that she's got from working at Facebook. And
we have actually overlap. I have overlap with her at Facebook. It's kind of interesting. Continue. Sorry, I better continue.
Yeah. You're a Gummy Facebook alumni as well, right?
I am a better alum. Continue.
But you know, that's the sort of key experience that, like, as much as like I love Sarah, like, we can't really boast to have been involved in the rise of Facebook Messenger, which, you know, to Destin's point on, you know, Roblox and dopamine hits and all that kind of stuff. This isn't just something that Xbox has failed at. I think this is something all the platform holders have failed at. Even Nintendo, like losing out market share to some of these algorithmic kind of hyperscale, hyper social, hyper optimized kind of platforms. Whereas like the traditional platform holders have really aggressively sanitized their presence to the point where people have gone to other platforms to look for that culture, whether it's Discord, whether it's TikTok, whether it's Instagram, whether it's Roblox. Like the culture is not with these platforms anymore. You know, like as millennials and older gamers, we kind of look to the games themselves to do that. But for a lot of people, these kind of user-generated platforms, user-generated content platforms first. This is like the bread and butter now. Minecraft is that to some degree, but you know, Minecraft itself is also quite limited in what it can pull off compared to like a Roblox or a Fortnite, stuff like that. But you know, this is the kind of expertise that hopefully she brings to the table in a way that is actually additive to Xbox rather than detrimental to the core of what it is. And she does mention the core, and we tend to want very different things to what the shareholders want and maybe what the younger gamers want, which many of whom are not listening to this podcast. And but they're the younger gamers are the people that are absolutely critical to the future of this industry. Like, you know, we're all old and getting older, and some of us are aging out.
I'm a curmudgeon.
Yeah, we're all curmudgeons, man. Like, some of us have got kids now and less time to play and all that kind of stuff. You know, not me, but a lot of us, you know, are actually genuinely adults now. So they've got to think about the next generation. And I always kind of got the impression that, you know, again, I love Phil, but he really hated social media, I think.
Right.
And I think I said this in my stream yesterday, my kind of read on the situation is Phil's kind of realized that in order for Xbox to grow, they need to look at things like a TikTok, like even stuff like Polymarket, for God's sake. You know, how do we grow Xbox in a universe where these platforms are soaking up so much engagement time, so much of the revenue? And I think Phil kind of was just like, I need to do things that I'm probably not that okay with, or even potentially just not that interested in, whether it's social media, whether it's, you know, this kind of, you know, platform kind of stuff. Maybe Phil was just like, nah, I'm out. I know what I've got to do this, but I'm not the right person to do it. And maybe Asha is, you know.
Right. So the question, which I want to make sure Destin finishes his thought, which is in reference to her background, because a lot of the thought process is that she's saying all the right things in this statement, right? If you look at the statement face value, Destin, it seems like everything that gamers want to hear. But the question, and I think the trepidation internally for a lot of people is, but your background says, you know, you were formerly, as I'm looking at her LinkedIn, the president of Core AI Product, right? And the thought process
Really?
is,
You didn't go to Home Depot? I mean, like,
she was the board member of Home Depot, yes, and Instacart. But the thought process is like, you know, the fear, the trepidation for people that are still in the building, and why people feel concerned is like, hey, your regime will more likely be more palatable to Satya, and as opposed to a Phil's regime, which may have more gaming sensibilities. Do you share that kind of thought process with them, or do you think that's overblown and you're willing to give grace to see? Like, what's your feel? What's your gut instinct? That's when you read this stuff, you see this about the background, what people are saying.
I don't care about her background at all. Like, I think it's notable to watch and reference what she's done. She grew every single company that she touched. She had a positive impact on all of them. And I'm seeing like tweet threads where people are gossiping and talking about her behind her back not on her behind her back, but like on the forums and such. And none of that matters. Did she have a net positive impact on those businesses or a net negative? That's what I care about at the end of the day. So is she a gamer? It's interesting to talk about. I want to know what she does. She said all these things. She's saying all the right things. Cool. What are you going to do? Because that's the real test. What's going to happen to Xbox over the next 5 years? That's all I want to know. And that's all I care about.
King, you've been patient.
I think,
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
No, please.
I just want to add something to Destiny's point, because on the point of her growing businesses and stuff, like, you've got to remember, like, people are latching onto the name Core AI, Microsoft's Core AI division. But this wasn't the division necessarily that was making AI products. Her job was to integrate some of these like AI tools and actually make them good. And to be fair to her, one of the only genuinely good AI products to come out of this cycle all up is stuff like GitHub Copilot, which is a monstrously profitable business for Microsoft. It's not like, we talk about things like shitty AI slop memes and all this kind of stuff, but GitHub Copilot and like in Copilot integrations into Visual Studio and stuff like that, which is her bread and butter. It's not necessarily AI. It's dev tools and dev tooling and boosting. We talk about things like good AI, and code autocomplete is potentially a good example of good AI, which helps you, in theory, approach some boosted efficiency for potentially otherwise laborious and boring tasks. So even on the AI side, she's been very successful in building out some of these tools, just to add to Destin's point.
Yeah, she's not out there making Sora 4.0. She's figuring out tools that are reasonably positive and have a reasonably positive impact on coding, on development.
Right.
And she knows AI better than most people I've heard talk about it.
Right. Not fair. And I think, like, to your point, in the statement, it was specific about the AI will be needed, but I guess the fear from gamers was generative AI, specifically the artistry, the human nature, and you get at it. And I got to get King because he's next.
Here's the thing, let's just be honest here. AI on anything, people are going to summon meteor. They're going to hit them in the face. People don't like seeing AI on anything. It don't even matter what it is. So the moment AI was on that portfolio, it don't matter what she did, what she didn't do. Not just the gaming industry, everyone as a whole would be like, yeah, I ain't about that. I ain't about that. I don't care what she did. Because it's like I said yesterday on After Dark. Like, sometimes people get in positions where it's the easiest way they can make more money and they jump into it. And then they end up learning as they're there. Probably, which is right now what she's doing, jumping into the gaming industry. She don't have a whole lot of background in that. But I'm sure she's making more money. She's seeing this as an upscale in her career. Like,
yeah, we're gonna see. King, we got to get your thoughts. We didn't get your thoughts on this whole thing.
All right. So, like, where do you want me to start from?
Let's start with Phil. Obviously, ILP's podcast, we have an affinity, obviously with Phil. We have sayings that were associated with Phil during the reign, you know what I'm saying? And obviously, every time we would go to an event and stuff like that, you would specifically have conversations with Phil as well. So I wanted to talk about that. How you feeling about that its process? Obviously, retirement, Sarah Bond, and then we can get into Asha. But we did not get your thoughts on this. Yeah.
I want to apologize to everybody. I had some stuff that was going on in the background. I told you long lingering stuff from the weekend, and I just had to make sure that everything was in place. It was something critical that happened. So again,
you okay?
Everything's fine. My wife is in the hospital, and they messed up on her meds. So the meds the critical meds that were supposed to be there, that we were supposed to have, somebody conveniently made sure that they weren't there. So I had to zoom out and go get it. But
she's okay.
Yeah, you gotta take care of yours, man.
Yeah, man.
Everything's fine. But she's fantastic, guys. Yeah. So the Phil thing.
Let's talk about it.
Okay, so up until Phil, we went through Bill Gates, Peter Moore, Steve Ballmer. We did all of that. We did CEOs that were ahead of Microsoft, and I do love Steve Ballmer at a point, but up until that time, Peter Moore was probably like the GOAT. To be real with you, he came with that energy I think that Xbox needed at a time where that's when console war was really a thing, and we was having fun with it. And then, we got Donnie, and then Donnie did what he did, and we felt that Xbox was actually on its way out. They were getting trounced, and I think just like Asha has right now, Phil got a limp dog. He got a dog that they were trying to put down, or a plant that was malnourished, and he nursed it to health. Mm-hmm. Right now, what I take away from his tenure at Xbox and Microsoft, he understood the company fundamentally from the inside. He understood how to talk to people. He was a personality. He was a personality, mm-hmm. right? Kind of like when we got Ronald Reagan as president. Like, he was a TV star, and then he came in, and then he ushered in some stuff. Now, I'm not a Republican, so don't think about that. But anyway, I'm just talking about the face. Right. You need a face of a brand, and I think he did that so damn well that he solidified himself to be there for a period of time, right? He was very well with talking and reaching across the lines to talk with PlayStation and talk with Nintendo. He never disparaged any of them. When they had successes, he made sure that he congratulated them, and that's stuff that we didn't see previously. Right. Like, previously, we saw, well, we'll make a better game, or we'll do something better. He wasn't on that conflict. He understood that fundamentally, as gamers, we are all one. He understood that, but he also understood how to cultivate and galvanize the fan base. Mm-hmm. And he did that very well. I do think that he reached too far to the sun, and stuff that we did talk about on Lords After Dark, and y'all could just go look at that to get our real opinion on it. But for the cleaned up Sunday version,
ABK is what you are alluding to, or I just want to what you're alluding to.
I'm gonna get to that.
Sorry.
So what he did, what he did was he solidified Xbox as something Microsoft can't get rid of now. And in some way, they can diminish it, like get rid of hardware, but fundamentally, software-wise, Xbox will always be in the DNA of Microsoft.
Too deep now,
right? So he made sure that part of his legacy will always be forever there. Now, is he like us? Is he an old fuddy-duddy? I believe so. I believe that his sensibilities when it came to console is stuff that he wasn't going to move on. And I think fundamentally, when it got to the part where exclusivity started separating from the brand started to no longer look like a brand that he built or a brand that he was a part of. Sarah New Eyes coming into that space was a person that didn't really have a background in video games, and the same thing that Asha's going to go through right now. But Phil solidified Xbox as a forever brand in Microsoft, and that's what I take from his legacy at this place. That's why I say, as a CEO, yeah, he made a lot of mistakes, of course, but through it all, it could have ended a long time ago, guys.
That's a fact.
This could have been up a long time ago, and we could have just been talking about two consoles, and this would have still been Iron Lords podcast. I just probably wouldn't have had Xbox Frontline News, but just fundamentally, I appreciate what he did. Back to Pat. Stuff like that, your digital self, your digital library, understanding that at its core that you fundamentally make money for the company in some form or fashion, that it stays. Because Microsoft has always given up on stuff that weren't profitable. And for a long time, Xbox wasn't profitable until they became profitable. And I told you the day that they did was the day that it was over. That it was up at that moment. And what he did was he reached with the ABK deal, and that went on a little bit too long. He made a deal with somebody that was higher than him that was coming back to make sure that you pay on those promises that was made. So those promises didn't pan out, and it's cool. But from his tenure, beautiful. He did exactly what I could have always hoped for. Make sure that Xbox is forever there. Now, Sarah, that was too short of a turnaround, because we're just getting to know her. We're just getting to see her style. We're just getting a feel for her. But it was really more or less her. She was a protege of Phil.
Right.
Right.
She's groomed as a successor.
Yeah. That's what we assumed.
Right.
We assumed that she would be the heir apparent to whatever his legacy is, and she would take that from there. Well, apparently, all the metrics dictated that alignment where they were going isn't being as profitable as possible. 9% down in gaming and services, 32% down in hardware. And we can go into the minutia of that, but when they're all touting everything is being up and you are down in a time where there's negative news surrounding Microsoft, somebody's head got to roll. And this is long in the tooth. I did tell Cog and the team after I spoke to them in Tokyo, I felt that Phil is going to be leaving by at least 2027. I thought he'll land the next console and then just be out the door. This happened a lot faster. I didn't expect Sarah to be leaving right behind him. Now, I don't know if it's standing on business. I don't know if it's, I'm not going to take that. I don't know what it is. But all I do know is she didn't have a long enough tenure in her presidency for us to really gauge exactly what her leadership qualities would have been. We can tell that Play Anywhere and a lot of her T-Mobile connections and how she views things played a big part. Her going to Japan, fostering those relationships, that played a big part. But I don't think she had a large enough footprint for us to even extrapolate anything from her tenure at Xbox to really gauge what her impact would have been, right? So with that being said, damn, it was over too quickly, to be honest with you. Now, Asha, yeah, maybe we're too old. Maybe we're looking at things as a glass half full instead of, glass half empty instead of a glass half full. She's coming in with the same level of credentials as Sarah. Y'all open-armed Sarah, but there was a lot of y'all saying that maybe she's a DEI hire. She doesn't know too much about this. She doesn't have a background in gaming. It's this, that, and the third. But then y'all kind of warmed up to her. Asha has the same thing. She doesn't have a background in gaming. Y'all probably saying that she's a DI hire. You're saying that she's a bot. Y'all saying a whole bunch of different things. But y'all gotta have to give her the benefit of the doubt at some point in time. Because this is where we are. This is what we have. We do have Matt Booty that's in place, and he has been there during Phil's part of Phil's tenure there, and Sarah's there. So he's like left over from the old regime, but we know where Satya is heading. Now, do I feel that there's going to be a heavy oversight from Microsoft? Absolutely. Do I ever feel that any of her statements that she said is factual? Absolutely not. I believe that was kind of to quiet the crowd down. Your beloved Spartacus is gone. Like your Spartacus, your beloved champion it is not there. And for all of those that wanted Phil gone, well, here you go.
Oh, yeah, no, this is, we're gonna see.
This is it. So all y'all people that were saying, I want Phil and Sarah gone, well, this is it. Now you better embrace exactly what they put
what
there.
you wish for.
That part.
Exactly. Because change hurts. Everybody has to understand that. Now, there was conversations that were said, Phil bigged up Sarah, Sarah bigged up Phil, nobody bigged up Matt Booty, and definitely nobody bigged up Sarah out of their mouths, right? But everybody was supportive of Asha. Because at the end of the day, Asha is just the next up. We don't want to undermine her before we get a chance to see exactly what she's capable of in the space. Now, do I believe that dedicated hardware is coming? I didn't believe it when Phil was there. I feel OEM hardware is going to be whatever they're going to do. I believe that system on chip that they're making from AMD is going to be the system on chip that they have, that they sell to the manufacturing partners that's going to manufacture and fabricate the actual shell of the device. And that's how they're going to get around that whole hybrid console thing. I think that's still in place. She has a track record of growing wherever she's at. I think she grows this. I think she actually knows, seeing her embrace social media in the way that she's doing, even if it's with bots.
Yo, you funny.
Even if, let's say it is with bots, right? Let's say that she has a whole bunch of little agents. Well, then check it out. She flipped it. Those little agents gonna get to work. They're gonna figure out what it's gonna do, right? I remember when baseball went from gut feelings to actual what was that called?
Analytics and
analytics,
sabermetrics and all that.
Sabermetrics.
Yeah.
Remember that? And they're like, I don't like sabermetrics until your gut feeling Yankees got their butt kicked by a team that was put together by a bunch of AAA players, and you figured out that sometimes we age ourselves out. I think a lot of us that are older, that are one exclusive. First of all, exclusives is never coming back. You forget that.
But she said a renegade era of Xbox to bring it back to the essence.
Talk console or in cog.
I'm repeating what she said. That is speaking to hardcore console warring sensibilities. That
sounds like political talk.
Exactly what he's doing.
That sounds like political talk. That sounds like her running across the stage saying, yes, Xbox. That's it. That's all that is. I hear you. Doesn't mean I'm going to do anything. No, it means that, okay, I heard you. Yeah, I heard what you said about, yeah, okay, so what? Listen, the fearful part for me, very early on, before this year is out, what do I fear?
Yes.
I fear replace and repeal. Replacing anything that Phil put in place, which is Game Pass.
Oh no.
Right? Because you can't replace back compatibility. Right? Okay. You can't repeal that.
Well, a lot of that's already been done, the groundwork.
Well, they kind of stopped and then left it be what it is.
Well,
and then
I'm talking about what's already been done. I don't think that like they're gonna go back and redo anymore, but I don't think they're gonna go back and rip the drives out either.
Right. So I think that stays there. But Game Pass is his Obamacare, right?
You're going to play this is hilarious.
I think it's up. All y'all dudes that was talking about I can't stand Game Pass.
Renting games, sort of ownership.
Soon is going to be buying. Right? You want exclusivities? You can exclusively own it when you go buy it. I think at the end of the year, we'll find out exactly what that actually means, because if sales of consoles or Game Pass doesn't go up in anything, and she's going to be trying to make sure that those numbers do reach where it's supposed to reach, maybe it turns into something different. Maybe they look at the PlayStation Plus platform and see how that is running, and maybe with releasing games not day and date anymore, but you still have the service, but you still get games at a period of time, and kind of mirror what the market leader is doing. See, that goes into somebody that doesn't care about console warring, that doesn't have a pedigree stuck into dogma. She is not dragged down by our biases. And that is going to be hard for a lot of us to overcome, because as much as we saw Phil struggle with it, Sarah didn't have a problem with it.
Right.
This one definitely ain't gonna have an issue with it. All right. So, and as far as the AI slop thing, I found it disingenuous, because you're actually working for the company that is trying to turn everything possible into AI something. The next Xbox is going to have Copilot. The next user interface is going to have some AI oversight. Everything is AI. Her company, a parent company, the ones that's giving her the money, is AI.
Satya has been on record of saying he doesn't like the negative connotation around the word slop, and just, AI is, he's actually frustrated by that. So it is interesting that her statement was in direct contradiction to his prior
It's not
statement.
even just that. Her entire statement is contradicting everything that's coming.
Yeah,
Right.
It's literally just
You
going
couldn't
to
be
be
more contradicting than that statement was.
told the company 9. Now, remember when we said before it was people in the building fighting? Well, we know who won.
Right.
Amy Hood, Satya Nadella, and I forgot that other guy. I keep forgetting his name, Steve or whoever his is. I forgot his name. But anyway, they won. And somebody said, well, now Microsoft is going to be controlled. Microsoft has been controlling Xbox for the last couple of years. So if you had a problem with what was going on, what was happening, you're going to have a little bit more of an issue going forward to you really identify what you deem as a consumer valuable. Somebody asked me, would I embrace exclusivity at the expense of Game Pass? Yes.
Game Pass important to you?
Yes.
Wow.
If I'm a console warrior. If it
you're gonna descend from the platform,
so you would rather destroy the company so that the others do not have the games? You will sacrifice Game Pass so we go back to exclusivity?
I got to tweet at J-Dub.
I'm done.
I gotta fight him.
I'm done. You want a console war with other fanboys so you can feel good about them not having it. At the expense, at the greatest service in gaming. This is what it comes down to. This is the message you want Asha to hear right now.
Listen, yes. Let
me ask the chat that though. Actually,
if it's us versus them, absolutely.
You must let go of your old console warring ways, kid.
If she asked me, if she said, King, I will make all this exclusive to the Xbox platform.
You should have seen our skit last night over this.
I would say,
what would you say?
Absolutely, madam. Kill them all. Like, literally. Stop it.
You want to starve them out.
I want their last game to be Horizon 6.
So you want what's the first day of eating? What is the rule? You know how the first 100 days of the new regime and the new presidency? Like, what is the marching orders you're giving Asha?
Days, if you clear to your word, if your word, we want to get back to how Xbox was edgy and it was exclusive. I want you to say, hell no Halo for you. I want that to happen. I want you to say no Forza, damn sure no Gears. I want the graphic to be right. I want you to do it in such a disrespectful manner. I want y'all to show Fable's release date, right? And I want you to start putting Steam. I want you to put Xbox. I even want you to put Nintendo. Then I want you to put PlayStation, and then I want you to walk up to the screen with a big red marker and put an X on the PlayStation 5 say,
he got that for me.
For you. I want them starved out.
We even said yesterday, we said she comes out, me and King went to crazy analogies. She comes out with a jacket that has a red and blue sleeve, and she looks around and she's like,
red and green sleeve.
This is wrestling.
Green and blue.
Green and blue.
A green and blue screen, and then she took that, she's like, it's coming out for everyone. She rips off the blue and said, except you.
This is WWE now. This is Jed's WWE. Continue.
You said you wanted her to be edgy, right? You said you wanted her, right? You want her to live up to her tweet, right?
And still survive and run a business.
I told you I'll run that place into the ground. I ain't never lied to you. I ain't never lied to not one of you people.
You keep it a chew on that.
As much as I tell you, try to play the game, all that, try to play the Game Pass, try to play Xbox after that. Because I literally, I need to fight them.
We established a month ago we can't give the keys to Xbox to King.
Yes, we've.
Absolutely.
Let's like give a legit, like, you know, we asked yesterday. Would you be okay? Let's go around the table. Would you be okay with getting rid of Game Pass to bring back exclusives if that was an option and they asked you?
Jez. I mean, does getting rid of Game Pass mean getting rid of xCloud?
No, those are two separate services.
Those should be separate. Let's keep them separate for now in this reality.
Just Game Pass.
In this wild scenario, Jez.
Just day and date. Game Pass, day and date.
Yeah, day and date.
Would you sacrifice it for exclusives?
Day and date.
I don't think I would, you know. I think the reason is like it's less about the games being exclusive, and I think it's more about, at least in the short term, having access to PlayStation's install base allows them to take on so much more risk, allows the games to have a bigger budget.
Stop being sensible, Jess. Tap your inner fanboy.
This is my thing, right? I think in the interim, there is an impetus to, if you want to get Fable to that level, to that Witcher 3 kind of level, or even approach it, you need the massive audience of single player gamers that exist on PlayStation.
Stop making sense.
But maybe once you've established your studios at that level, maybe you sort of like, well, actually, okay, the sequel's going to be timed exclusive or something like that.
Yo, Jess, I want you to think about all those PlayStation dudes that tweeted you that they got Xbox games. I want you to tap into your inner fanboy. I want you that most disrespectful tweet as you got at Windows Central. I want you to tap into your inner him. That one that the tweet that you didn't press send. The one that you didn't want to get canceled for. I want you to tap into that guy.
I turn the other cheek, man. It's okay.
Stop all this Bible talk.
All right, so what about this scenario? This came up for After Dark. You cool. So Jess, what about this scenario where, you know, the concern is hardware, right? And if they're going to continue to do next generation, but it looks like, you know, she did mention it, right? So what about the thought process of, well, maybe timed exclusive to boost the new hardware that you have coming out?
2 years.
Yeah. So what about that? That was also brought on the table for a compromise. What are your thought process on that?
Man, it's really tough because, like I say,
you're too soft.
That's even more risk, isn't it? You know,
just stop worrying about the brand surviving.
What about your feelings and bragging rights on social media?
I mean, let's be honest. Like,
I want, above all else, I want good, high quality games, right?
Yes,
right.
If having games not exclusive means that they get to the next level of quality rather than, you know, to be AA. Because I don't have time for AA myself. I don't have time to play mid games, and a lot of what Xbox has put out, honestly, is mid.
All right, so let me ask you a question, Jazz. What if by making it exclusive, the game's quality go up?
That wouldn't happen. Would
it? No, I'm saying, Jazz.
But what if make it exclusive? No one's buying it because the masses are not
make their games exclusive.
I mean,
they have a user base.
I mean, the problem is these games are going out to all platforms and not selling like that anyway. So
right?
Outer Worlds underperformed. All these games are in.
So yeah, let's just put it on.
It's not like going on these platforms automatically leads to them selling well.
So if we talk about quality, PlayStation been making quality exclusive, so why can't we just mimic that? They're the market leader, right? Like, why ain't we mimicking that?
You're not the market leader.
And let's be clear, Nintendo is the market leader.
Correct.
And their games is super exclusive. Like, these dudes that get some super stuff. Yeah. Man, you bad, boy. You bad. You trying to fight people. I'm not trying to fight those guys. Those little blue guys. I mean, those little red guys. It's crazy. I ain't trying to fight the red guys.
If Microsoft and PlayStation put out PlayStation put out the kind of games that Nintendo does without the nostalgic brands attached, they will get crucified. I don't care what anyone says. No, it's.
I think he's scared.
It's just facts, man.
Let's ask other people.
No, it's good. Look, I gotta get started.
I'm really sorry, right? I've got to go.
No, it's cool, brother. We had you, and I gotta go.
Jazz.
Thanks, Tom, for having me. And
yes, no, brother. I appreciate you coming on. Yeah, no, for sure. And I just want to say one thing before you leave. I personally don't appreciate, you know, some of the attacks that I've seen come your way, and I know you're a person. Yeah, I want you to be able to know that, you know, there are a lot of people who actually love what you do, love your product, and know that you are very critical, give objective feedback, and I don't like that narrative. So I know you don't usually care about that kind of stuff. I just wanted to let you know on air that, brother, I really respect you. I respect your work, the quality, and your passion and your drive, and you've always been objective. So just for the record, you know what I'm saying, I just wanted to let you know that, brother. I love the work that you do.
Man, I really, really appreciate that.
Without you, I wouldn't have material, so I need to source you all the time. I love Jazz.
I mean, there is feedback I take. Like, you know, people say that, like, people say a lot of us guys are shills and stuff like that. But for me, it's the thing that I personally shill for is the Xbox community. Like, and that's just because I'm so grateful that I'm sure a lot of you guys are as well, that we get to be able to do that stuff. And for me, it's because of the Xbox community. So I think sometimes defending the Xbox community can come across like defending Microsoft, but it comes from, I think for all of us, it comes from a place of wanting the product to be better for the audience, for our friends, for the customers. Well, and for the developers, you know,
and exclusive.
To be fair, Jazz, like if you don't get caught a shell, you're gonna be on the opposite of Jason me. You're called doom and gloom merchant, mustard heart general. Like you're never gonna win. Like it doesn't matter what you do, you're gonna be in one or two camps. There's no reasonable people that think people are in the middle for some reason. Yes, it's either you're extremely negative or extremely positive. Like,
right. They think we do this for free. Sorry, it is a check.
I literally made like month. A 20-minute video about Sarabon and Phil leaving, and I felt like I was very down the middle, doom and gloom, all in my comment section.
Yeah, no, for sure. No, I'm glad you said that, Jess, because again, at the end of the day, it's like, you know, and even Destin said it early, you know what I mean? Part of our job is to ask these difficult questions because we wouldn't be serving our community by not doing these things. And it's just interesting. Absolutely. And the only thing I will say, just to kind of back, I do find it interesting that people who have these kind of statements are generally people who have no attachment, no resume, nor don't even play on the platform. And to me, it comes off as jealousy because the things that you love, or the things that they love, I should say, don't acknowledge them in any capacity or have the respect to acknowledge them. So to me, it's weird energy to be very concerned about someone else's affinity or passion for a brand. As long as, again, they're being objective, it shouldn't matter. You know, I look at that for the opposite standpoint. Why are these people so concerned about, you know what I'm saying, what you're doing? So it's just one of those things. I just wanted to give you your flowers on the way out because I did see some things that I didn't like. And I just wanted to give you flowers.
I appreciate it.
To hell with them, Jazz. I love you.
No doubt.
Yeah, you guys are awesome, man. I mean, it's just, it's like you say, it's part of the territory. Like people are going to criticize no matter what if they've got an agenda, and you know, you just got to keep pushing forward, and we all got to do what we got to do, right?
No doubt. I feel you, brother.
You guys,
that's right.
Keep rocking, brother.
See you around.
No doubt. Solve before the school and everything blows up. Because I'm assuming it is. So we're at time now. We're there.
Yeah. I mean, it's
been time
before they shut me down, and I can't get there.
Get your final bars.
Yeah, I don't think they're letting people over the bridge.
Get your final bars in terms of, like I said, the Asha, and then obviously the future of Xbox and stuff.
You guys done got hit with the purge.
I got you, Shazam. I'm sorry I had to make you wait, but it
wasn't the original purge on Staten Island? Wasn't the original purge on Staten Island? That's it. Was just Staten Island.
I don't remember. I think I only saw the first movie.
No, it wasn't the first movie. It was like a movie that they did later that was a prequel.
Oh, okay.
Chat, answer that.
Your thoughts on the Asha, obviously the Matt Booty part, and then the future, man. Like, how you feeling?
Yeah, man. Obviously, Matt Booty again. Yeah, you know, a lot of the talk, and it becomes an echo chamber sort of type of discussion where you hear the same things. Like, yes, he's been failing upwards. Like, it's his fault that, you know, the Redfall situation, the initiative situation. Like, you know, like he should have been more vigilant of that stuff. How is it that he's getting rewarded? At the end of the day, I think Cog put it perfectly. It's a guy that's been around, you know, since Midway days. Like, he knows games, he knows devs, he knows he knows the processes that are required to put games out. And you know, and I think Attic mentioned this last night as well. It's like, as of late, no, that's been figured out. So, and at the end of the day, you can never point the finger completely at one person as to why certain things happen. It's an institutional, organizational stuff that happens that, you know, causes some of these things to fall through the cracks and just not be as good as expected, or not catching a game that's going to get poor reception early enough, whatever the case may be. So obviously, he's there for a reason, and now he is essentially merging his former position with Sarah's position, and will essentially be the Xbox guy, with Asha being the huge overseer of the entire vertical. So yeah, I don't think, again, hey, just like we've said with Asha that she deserves grace as she steps into this position, We have to see how Matt handles this now, added responsibility that he has now, right? I think it's an even greater responsibility that he had before. Obviously, we're walking into a year that we're all expecting to be pretty good in terms of game output, right? So, hopefully that gives him a buffer to figure out what's going on beyond 2026. So we'll see. But again, I don't have any sort of thoughts on whether, he deserved this and not deserved this. He's the guy that they picked. He's been there. He understands the processes. He knows these teams. So, obviously when you have this sort of sweeping change at the top, you would like to have people that are still there to understand how it worked before, even if there are going to continue to be more changes at organizationally. So we'll see. In terms of Asha, we talked about this some last night, and I said it and I think Jez also kind of reiterated is well, people are going to remember the things you said, and you let off with 3 tenets in order to sort of quell a lot of the conversation about you not being a gamer. And you made it very gamer centric, and you said specific things about, specifically when you say bringing back Xbox, inferring that Xbox was not what it was supposed to be at this moment right now that you're taking over the reins. So in doing that, my thinking last night, and I didn't get to posit this to either Parris or to Destin or to Jez. But again, last night I brought up the idea of hey, maybe they step away from this hybrid console thing, because if she's talking about bringing it back to the console and the essence and what that means, I don't think that means a hybrid console that is going to cost an Xbox player, upwards of $1,000. I don't know that that's what the Xbox player wants. I think, the focus is on AI, the focus is on platform, and that fluid front end that I think they're working on still is valid, right? This idea of kind of taking on Steam and Steam OS and things like that. I think that's valid, but I don't think you necessarily have to create a machine that encompasses all of those things to do it, right? I think you do it with software, which is what you're good at. And again, I would love to see a hybrid machine. I would love to see it. Make no mistake. But if what kind of has been inferred about what that machine looks like, if it isn't some amazing feat of engineering and it is just hey, this is the Xbox partition, this is the PC partition, I don't really need to see that. And I'm more interested in the OS part and figuring that part out. So, as to Asha's credentials coming in, I think at the end of the day, when you look at what Xbox is, there's two ways to look at it, right? The pessimist says they're bringing in a yes woman to kind of follow through on what Satya wants 100%. And at the end of the day, that does not have Xbox's best interests at heart. So what that means is that they start selling off, they start laying off more people, they start selling off studios, and the Xbox brand is on its way out, right? That's the real pessimistic way to look at it, right? Because it does not fit within what they really want to do. And to Jez's point, Phil was the guy in the room that convinced the higher ups that gaming was important to their overall vision, right? So looking at it positively, and giving her the benefit of the doubt, how do you figure out the Xbox's biggest problem is, in relation to, and I think the conversation around who's your competition comes back again around to, hey, it is PlayStation and Nintendo. We can talk about Roblox, and that is real, right? That is real. People's time is what you're competing for. And when you see the younger generation playing these games that you look at, as the old fuddy-duddy that I am, and I look at it, I get disgusted at what they're playing.
They're competing with these platforms on who gets on these apps too. So.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm not saying that's not something you have to look at, but when you make a statement we're coming back to console, right? It just feels like the big thing that has been Xbox's problem is getting people on Game Pass. And we've talked about how Game Pass wasn't really mentioned. Like, what does that mean for Game Pass? Does Game Pass go away completely? Is that what they want to do? Do they eliminate day and date and make Game Pass into this legacy sort of subscription service where older games that, you know, you're not really making money off of, you can make money off of now by, you know, getting guys like us who want access to those games to pay a monthly subscription to have access to that stuff. And as games, you know, as games get older, they go into that subscription service and they live that way where they can still monetize them, but they're not front and center games that you would expect people to be paying $70-$80 for at launch, right? Maybe that's what happens. I don't know. But again, she is a darling. In terms of how, you know, the Microsoft higher ups look at her, it's particularly for her ability to be able to take a platform and grow it, right? And bring people to the platform, which has been the problem, right? When you think about the stagnation of Game Pass numbers, that's been the problem. When you think about the absolute, you know, falling off the table of console sales, that's been the problem, right? So, you know, it is, whether you believe it or not, it's heartening to hear that, right? you know, at the very least. And to Jess's point, you said it. We're going to hold your feet to the fire, you know, and we're going to bring up the fact that you said it if you do a complete 180, and that's not what's happening, right? So, yeah, 100%. I do think that, you know, for where Microsoft wants the Xbox brand to go, Phil and Sarah just weren't those people anymore, right? And they put people in place that, specifically Asha, in place to take it in the direction that they want to see it, and that they think is the correct way to go. To Jess's point, also, but Satya has made a lot of mistakes because this is a space that he doesn't really understand, nor cares to understand, really. He's just trying to project what he understands about big business and Microsoft and what his expertise is, projected onto Xbox. And again, I'll repeat this until I turn blue in the face. Just the idea of the art that's supposed to be what games are, coinciding with the big business of Microsoft just doesn't mesh It doesn't mesh anymore. You know, and I just think that the art is going to continue to suffer for it, and it may suffer into oblivion.
Damn, that sounds bleak as hell.
It sounds bleak, but that might be what happens, right? Or maybe they turn it around completely, and they truly do show us something that we didn't know we wanted. We'll see.
All right.
We'll see.
Then we get there. I know you got to go. So
much love, my brother.
We got you, brother.
You
be safe. You be safe.
Yes,
for sure. Please. It's crazy out there. All right, man. Keep us posted.
Love,
brother.
Careful.
Addict, man. We got to talk about it. The statements are out from Asha and Matt Booty, and we got to talk about the future. How we feeling? New regime. Here we go. The Asha Sharma era.
Well, she's talking a lot, that's for sure. You know, as far as like, what does that mean? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. It's easy to say stuff, but here's the thing. It's like I posted on Twitter. Ain't nobody want to hear you talk. Like, nobody want to hear, especially blank words on Twitter. You know, I do think that, you know, Parris is 100% right. First, you talk to the devs. You get everyone up to date in the industry. And then the consumers is the next step you need to make. So, you know, she needs to be kissing, what do they call that? Kissing babies or whatever they say?
Shaking hands and kissing babies.
Shaking hands and kissing babies. She needs to be doing that at GDC with all the developers, because that's probably the perfect place that you could go to do that.
I like this. Okay.
Get a lot of conversation going with them. And then it's like, you know, I personally feel like, you know, you need to do what the Phil did when he first took over. You need to do the routes, you know, go on any type of forum and, you know.
I mean, jumping on podcasts?
Anything. Podcast, media, interviews.
Podcasts where they're going to ask tough questions and not going to be softball stuff?
No, don't go. See, here's the thing. You go on only the I guarantee you within 3 to 4 public appearances and people actually asking her tough questions and bouncing back. Because it's easy to post on Twitter and say stuff when there's what do you? It's like that Drusy like me. What you mean by that? When there's none of that. There's no what you mean by that. It's just, this is what I'm saying, take it or leave it. But when you have pushback, you can find out very fast, does she mean the stuff she's saying? She has been very successful at some of the stuff she's done in terms of where she has gone, but gaming, I would say, is probably one of the deadliest beasts you can be in. This chick is on Twitter, and I don't think she knows what she's doing in terms of interacting with this community. They will either be very good to her, or they would chew her up or spit her out. And I don't know if she knows that yet, but she's gonna find out real fast.
What if it is the opposite effect, like how like Destin is kind of alluding to in terms of like her background and like, you know, being saying, you know what, I'm doing opposite. Like I'm jumping into mix and I'm doing the things that the Phil regime wouldn't do, kind of thing. And we're gonna try these new things. That was part of her statements too. Like we're gonna be bold with certain things too. Like do you how do you internalize that? Like already just being so different.
Different's good. I think here's the thing. Regardless how we feel about Phil, we feel about Sarah, I do think it was time for a change. Regardless that's going to be good or bad, people are like, oh, Addict now, Satya just controls Xbox entirely. He controlled Xbox way before this day and way before Phil and them left entirely. In my personal opinion, if that is truly her role in Xbox now, nothing's changed. It's the missile going to go straight down, and eventually it's going to hit the ground. And it's just like, but my thing is, if it's exactly the way it was and nothing's changed, like when it comes to like the ideology of the think that where the Xbox brand needs to go, in my personal opinion, Phil would have just announced retirement and Sarah would have took his place. Because if it's the exact same trajectory, why do you need to switch the leadership? Because that generally doesn't happen. If you like where the company's going, why are you getting rid of all the administration in the company?
The
so
Sarah
I think
part specifically, yeah.
Yeah, I think when it comes to Matt Booty, I think he has been doing his job the past couple of years. You can't say that these games haven't been coming out. Maybe they're not commercially hitting, but some of these studios are launching 2 games a year. So it's just like, you can't say he ain't doing his job in terms of that aspect. He's got his missteps. Everyone's going to have their missteps. But he is probably the hardest person to replace at this exact moment because you're going to have to teach someone to his position right now would be hard to fill because he messes with all ZeniMax. I don't know if he does Activision. Does he do Activision? Or does he just do ZeniMax and Xbox? Good
question. I forget. That is a great question. That is because I know Duncan is there as well, but I forget the delineation as far as who has ABK. That one part always confuses me. That the ZeniMax. But continue.
So it's just like, look, he might leave in a couple months. For all we know, he's trading someone now. I don't know. Realistically, I couldn't tell you. Satya might be out of here in a couple months.
He's definitely going. Watch, because once you put all your people in place and once you are the master controller, there's nobody else to blame. You can sit there and blame Phil. You can blame Sarah. You can do whatever you want to do. You can say, oh, Xbox is down. Xbox did not lose $460 billion. You lost almost $1 trillion. You put them down 17% when they're supposed to be up 18%. This AI stuff is kicking his behind. He was yanked off of the day-to-day to focus on AI, and he put another person in place. You next up, buddy. And when young Odin is out of here, when you gone, then we're going to figure out what it is. I don't know. Maybe it was a preemptive strike. Get Phil out, because if young Odin takes the hit, Phil probably goes all the way up to the top. And he's like, yo, take him out now.
Are you saying it's self-preservation? Is that what you're saying?
That's how it be. Somebody had got it rolling. It ain't me. Get him out of here, son. Get the swabbler.
Booty real quick. I mean, his title was President, Game Content and Studios, and said that he led, his LinkedIn says he led Microsoft's first-party game content organization. So to me, that says he had all the reins. And then prior to that,
if I remember correctly, I don't think he did Activision, Blizzard, and King. I think it was just ZeniMax and First Party Studio, because I don't remember. I remember there's someone else at Activision that did that. I couldn't 100%, but regardless, what it comes down to, it just makes it worse. Like, if he is charged of ABK, his position right now would be the hardest to replace, because he's overseeing all of these 40 studios is a lot.
He's deeply tied.
So it's not like you could just replace him overnight. Because if you replace Matt Booty, I guarantee you it would tremendously affect the development of all these games that's in the oven right now.
It goes to show his power still in the building because, again, like I said, he's so deeply tied to all the game studios and what's been going on with the pipeline and the infrastructure. I agree with you on that one.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, continue.
Yeah, and it comes down to it's just like, we'll have to see what Homegirl does. She's been very vocal. I do like the vocalness, but got to be a little bit more choosy who you be vocal with. And I'm not even talking about Gaz. You probably shouldn't talk.
Maybe she's not talking. Maybe it's a bot.
Hey, yo.
You probably shouldn't talk to Gaz either, but that's your opinion. You definitely don't be talking to me. Definitely don't be talking to me.
You're gonna be confident.
But it's just like, you gotta know. I don't know how much like history she knows in terms of like these fandom communities, but she's playing with fire, man. She playing with fire. Like
probably none, but we'll get.
We as influencers, we don't even master this. You catch me probably on the monthly.
Yeah.
Targeting someone in the chat. Right. So I couldn't imagine someone that is way more of a spotlight on them and maybe or maybe not is not familiar with how this stuff goes because the fandom in gaming is ruthless.
Yeah,
they are ruthless. Why do you think so many YouTubers like be making good money? Like they be having massive followings. They be making sometimes millions a year and then they retire. It's not because they had enough money and they didn't want more money. It's because they're like, I got enough money where I could go off into the sunset and I no longer have to deal with this nonsense. So,
we got shout out to my man Hoggy. We got the fresh off the press. He said, just for your information, Matt was already head of ABK along with ZeniMax and Xbox Games.
Okay,
Studios.
so that's what it was. He was already part, and then they merged the other thing. That's why that makes it worse. Matt, how you gonna replace someone that's overseeing 40 studios? It's not a simple thing, and that's probably why she chose him because she can't do that. Right. All due respect, even though I'm not going to come at her too much. I do think knowing gaming is very important. You look at situations like Shu, when she was playing God of War. She playing God of War, she wouldn't know she's playing God of War because she doesn't know gaming to that roots. Shu has played enough games in his life where he could see something spiking, something not spiking. Not having that is devastating to you running something like it's not the end all be all, but it definitely helps to a traumatic place because. She could be playing the next Elden Ring. She probably wouldn't know it because she just doesn't have enough experience playing games. It's right now. It's all on Matt Booty. Like he gonna be doing the he didn't need to go every other couple months probably. All 40. You doing the whole campaign around the world. Like because it's like the biggest thing. Like and especially with her taking over and Phil gone. A lot of people, back to the parasocial thing, they like Phil. And parasocial, not parasocial, they like Phil for what Phil represented, how he carried himself. He is no longer there. And I do feel from here going out, the core that are still willing to give Xbox a shot, it's going to be up in the air if they do it now. Oh, this Phil ain't there. I can't trust this shit. We already see it. Now, as far as what she's saying, I don't know what she means by what she's saying. She could mean a variety of things. The problem with PR speak is they always give themselves enough leverage and enough wiggle room to wiggle out of it if they want to do it in the future. When she say that's why she was very low key on how she worded stuff. She didn't mention Game Pass. I don't even think she mentioned services, did she?
Not that I remember. I know definitely not Game Pass specifically.
Yeah, so there's a reason she, stayed away from stuff like Game Pass, stayed away from stuff such as, specifically a company that has been very vocal with talking about PlayStation and Switch on everything at every showcase. She didn't mention those platforms by name either. Right. So she's being very, very on the line because if I'm willing to bet you now, Microsoft don't even know the future of Xbox right now. They're probably having meetings right now. Well, probably not now because it's Sunday. But they're probably going to have a lot of meetings talking about what the future is. Here's the thing, though. This is where it goes back to. I hope this lady ain't lying in these statements, because it'd be different if she made very vague statements, you know, because there's what I've been covering this stuff. You can see the PR from a mile away, and it's simple PR. This was not the average PR. This is essentially spitting in the face of your previous administration, because we're going back to Xbox. So you saying that Phil and Sarah was about Xbox? Like, that's
when I'm telling you that they're actively acting like these individuals were the issue. And with statements like that, and I'm just laughing because you got to do your own thing. Now you got to stand on it. But what does that mean, though? What does getting back to what Xbox mean? Like that statement within itself is going to get you. I don't want to use that word. We're going to find out
real quick.
It's going to get you slandered, in a way that is not good for you. What she should have said coming in, and I understand you want to galvanize the crowd.
Right.
You want to get a push behind you.
Right.
Isn't the problem that everybody said with Phil and Sarah is that they were too much with the people?
That they talk too much. They have too much of a parasocial relationship with the base. Right.
So, see, I just finished tweeting somebody because texting somebody because somebody left a comment, and they said that now that they're gone, right? And I can say your name, Shadowstar 187. Now that Phil and Sarah's gone, you guys won't have a parasocial relationship, and you won't get the perks that you get. All right. I have to be 100% honest because this is disrespectful to all the hard work when we go to these places. Hold on. When I was spending upwards to $3,000 to go to these places, buying shirts, renting cars, and handing out stuff, and being on the ground, walking up each and every line, giving out T-shirts and cards and business cards, and these guys spending their money. I'm giving T-shirts out to every and anyone. I'm driving to Compton. I'm going to Long Beach. I'm going to everywhere and anyone possible. I'm shilling for Iron Lords. I don't give a goddamn to shill for Microsoft. They don't pay me a nickel. They don't pay me a penny. So if you see somebody that's in a higher position than me, see, this is the problem with broke people. Broke people will always try to pull you down. But not one of those CEOs that saw me said, oh, you know, perks and stuff. No, what they did was help out by what? Taking a picture with me. Giving me validation to keep moving, because understand this part. I want you to understand this part. You will never take away our hard work. You will never take away our dedication. You will never take away our boots on the ground.
Put the crest in the chat.
Independent individuals that don't get up, don't get off their ass and just sit right in their house.
Criticizing from their house, not doing nothing.
To show up. I'm there. When you telling me I'm shilling for them, I'm shilling for us. My checks come from YouTube. My checks come from you guys. My checks come from here. So wait, Addict, hold on. Anytime you see anything that we have gotten, anything that we have worked hard for, to hell with you for thinking that somebody gave me anything. I went out and got it all. On our backs, the days that I was sick, the days that I have issues, the days that any one of these guys didn't feel like showing up, we showed up here. I drop videos daily. You are not going to take away anything that I work for based upon your insecurities and thinking that two individuals leave, you're going to stop this show. Not one monkey stops the show. We will continue to go. We will continue to grind. And the next time you see me taking a picture with Asha, you're going to know one thing. That she didn't give me anything. She took a picture with me because she respected the grind. You respect the grind. Respect what we do.
Man, I know you can't drop that mic, but
I mean, it don't get no better than that. You know what I'm saying? Look, that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it's just funny because to me, I always look at when other people look at other personal relationships, that's a side of jealousy instead of internally saying, you know what? I'm proud of them. I'm proud of. I know what they came from. I know they came from. I know they put the boots in. I see Bone Slave in the chat. That's ILP West. We went out there, our own money to go out there to for the hope of getting to an E3, the hope of getting into events, and then again showing up week after week, year after year. Let's be clear. We ain't gonna talk about nobody else podcast. But last I checked, Attic, we got about 430 something episodes. I know we have more episodes than people that have existed longer than us.
And the funny thing is, we've had sponsorships here, sponsorships there. We ain't got one dime from Microsoft. Not one penny from Microsoft. Microsoft has not given us one check from them. And people acting like they funded the whole show.
If it wasn't for the Realm Road to Tokyo was built by the Realm. It doesn't get no more organic than this. There was no acquisition here.
We are literally the mud, coming from the mud.
Facts.
Understand, I'm super proud that we got media. I'm super thankful for Dizzy. I'm super thankful for Cal. I'm super thankful for anybody on this journey that helped us reach to any milestone. Anytime we got 5,000, 10,000, 100 people watching, we have been doing this from absolutely nothing. You don't really understand. To say that somebody has the ability, the power to grant me anything that I work for, you are out of your mind. We are the true definition of entrepreneurship. We taught you how to turn your goddamn cameras on.
Talk that talk. Dudes was talking about how to avatar before us, but we got in the game. We got in the game. I know a lot of. We gonna talk too much. But your favorites,
heartbeats that you looked at,
stealing thumbnail styles, stealing camera ideas. Your favorites, or people big. I know these conversations I've had with Attic, King, and Solve, and we like, you know what? We got to take it as a form of flattery when we came in the game. You know what I'm saying?
No, because Red still ain't doing it.
Shout out to Red, that's the homie. But yeah, put the crest in the chat, man, for the day ones and all that, man.
And we're not even saying that there wasn't people doing the cameras before us. It was
I don't remember them.
No, there was definitely people. Cal did stuff with his camera.
I can't call it.
There was very few people that was doing it before King made me do it, because there wasn't no willingly. King made me do that. It's like, look, has Microsoft helped us in the past? Yes, there has been people that I've hit up for contacts. Yo, I'm trying to get a hold of them. We would not have gotten Metaphor early if it wasn't for Xbox. Stuff like that, they have done that. But as far as cold hard cash or anything remotely like that, and that Metaphor thing,
Moby Bet said it's not about cash. He said y'all getting gifts and perks. Nobody believes you guys ain't shills, King and Addict.
Addict, that was through media credentials. You can't email somebody and say.
No, that was not through media credentials. I specifically asked someone at Microsoft for help getting in contact with someone. Here's the thing. I will admit there has been.
How did you get that? By going to these shows and working, right? Yes or no?
It was still an email that I talked to on someone. I'm not getting away from that. Like,
all right,
look, I'm not saying you're not wrong. I'm saying I still asked them, and I'm still being transparent with that.
Okay, yeah. The part that I'm saying is you didn't do that from not going no place and sitting in your house, right? You've been to these places, right?
Everywhere.
Exactly. So I want somebody to sit there and try to sit on their behind and talk about, you know what? Let me just email Xbox.
And even when it, so and then you can look. We've definitely gotten benefits through like the Bethesda purchase, the ABK purchase. We probably wouldn't have a good relationship with Bethesda without that purchase, no doubt. But it's just like, even with the Metaphor thing, that was the only time that ever happened. You know how I get these codes? I go and I look through who's working at the companies. I look who the company themselves are following. I look who the community manager is. I'm sometimes at my computer for 45 minutes to an hour, at least once a week, looking on how to get us access to some of the games that are coming out, so we can talk about them on the show.
Don't give them the hustle. You work for it. Figure it out. They got perks. Just figure it out.
I'm not a gatekeeper.
Listen. I understand jealousy and hate can manifest itself as envy. I can understand this, and I see you. The moment that you say stupidity like that, the moment that you don't realize that I get up 3 o'clock every morning to go break my ass and go work, then come back in here and do video and go live and do all this stuff, and you telling me a single entity said, yes, King, you have done well. Here's a controller.
And what's funny is that's not even an Xbox controller. That's a Razer controller. And the funny thing is,
my bad.
You know where that
I'm
came
for
from?
them too.
That came from someone in the community. I'll even say his name, Khalif, giving us a shout out. Like, we wouldn't even have that right there in King's Hand if it wasn't for Khalif. What's an Xbox? I'm not going to sit here and try to tell you guys Xbox. They have by far been the best partner we've had. They've helped us a lot, but don't act like that. We earned that. That wasn't no sit there and they just do that. There's a lot of us reaching out to them. They don't just randomly send us stuff.
Like, you ain't get the email? Phil ain't hit you up and say, yo, Addict, the Ferrari's out front. Get out of here, man.
No, we haven't read the super chat. And that's just what it's going on. It's like, look.
I'm so sick and tired of it, though. It's just I'm sitting there reading it, and you guys do not understand.
Phil and Sarah's out. It's over.
No,
so why is the podcast over?
It's over now. That's
we're gonna take this. We're gonna take these hot takes with them. The hot take going out the door with them. Look, ILP
dudes thought I was sad that Phil and Sarah left. Like, oh, my wife was in the hospital.
Facts.
I don't care about that.
You
that
hear
just
on that.
happened.
Yeah, that's real.
That happened at the same time.
And you know what's funny? You don't even know. People don't even know how real that was, your situation. And the first thing he's ducking the fame. He doesn't want to talk about
it. Bro, I'm telling you this. Like, they are millionaires. They are millionaires. I am not.
And the thing when it comes down to it is like, look, we're always going to be transparent with you. Yes, Microsoft's helped us a variety of ways throughout the years, but don't get that stuff twisted. We out here, sometimes.
When you say helped us, that's the problem because they don't understand.
They don't understand what that means.
I don't care.
See, that's
I don't care what they say. Well, that's fine. That's fine. They can have that.
The level of ignorance and smooth brains that are walking around in this chat right now. The level of smooth brains.
90% is rocking with us. You got the 5. You get the 5 that's letting y'all crash out.
You gotta let the 5% go.
Y'all got the 5% is in there letting y'all crash out.
No, we're not crashing out. Let the 5% talk.
I'm gonna let y'all go ahead.
You know how we're able to have access to the partnership stuff we have with a variety of companies, not just Xbox. But I will say Xbox is one of the biggest ones we have because most weeks we stream twice your favorite podcast. We stream longer than 2 of your favorite podcasts that whole week. When they doing 2 hours, we doing 5 half the time. We traveling sometimes 5 to 6 times a year.
Hey, yo, Rubber Knob just said something crazy. You sure that didn't come from Microsoft? That's crazy. That's crazy. Check. Let's just break protocol.
Oh, that's my dude, the Rubber Knob?
Yeah, shout out to Rob. Let's break protocol. He said $50 Australian. I came across you guys by hearing King on Dealer's podcast. Shout out to Dealer. And never look back. This is the only gaming podcast I chose to listen to. Nothing but respect for the Lords. You crybabies can chill in the spiky bushes with those Sony branded. You had to throw a fanboy shot, but I respect the love, though.
I normally keep my mouth shut when it comes to like the shelling stuff. Especially when people call me a shell. That's wild.
Like, you telling me to do
added to show?
Yeah.
Like, and it's just like, it's just the frustrating thing about it. It's like, there's no middle ground for anything. There's no, look, I get it, some aspects and some like certain variables that happen. Sometimes it looks sus. But you guys should know us better to know that we can't be bought, even if they want to.
Molly bet, guys, stop the damage controls. The fact you said you accept gifts means you're compromised.
Oh, and I accepted those gifts with a smile on my face.
Listen.
You ain't gonna sit here and tell me where I do these 5-6 hour podcasts a week. I edit for hours and hours a week, and you gonna tell me I can't take a free gift from them to cover their product? So am I supposed to buy they shit too?
So you didn't tell me you can't be objective when you got
you can't.
The review code?
Roasted Redfall. We absolutely roasted that thing dry style way. Like that game wasn't even alive after we roasted it. So don't sit here and say stuff like that. Because at every corner we have kept them accountable. Every living moment we have kept Xbox accountable to the point where after the podcast I look at Cog and be like, yeah, they might not respond to email. And guess what the first thing Cog says? Well, if they feel away, they feel away. We got to speak our way.
Facts. Talk your talk. Dry style. That's how we did it.
No, they mad because I got an Xbox ROG X. That ain't had nothing to do with Phil. Shout out to my guy that's over there, son.
Dry style. You heard it here first. All right, so we've crashed out on the 5%.
They don't like the pictures though. They don't like the pictures.
Oh, they do not like the pictures.
Like, yo, King,
they do not like the pictures.
No.
You holding her too close, King.
Out with that.
Oh, you still crashing out the 5%? Oh.
Let's talk about because you like to crash out of them all the time. Now it's my turn.
All right, go ahead.
So here's my thing. You guys sit here. Oh, they taking pictures. So I guess when Phil and Sarah and all these random. So I guess we go start telling the fans though too, because you guys don't want pictures. And so Phil Spencer comes up and they have this like, oh, how you guys doing? And they're like, yo, can we take a picture for the Xbox Wire stuff? Our fans
we
say
gotta
no.
keep it real.
Does that make any sense to you? In what world do you guys live in? Are we supposed to just be actively rude to people for no reason?
So if they
someone explain that to me, because the math don't be mathing.
So if they come up to us after a picture, we got dry style. You get no picture. We keep it. We standing 10 toes on this.
They act like they don't come up to us.
Yeah,
like,
that's the crazy thing. That's the crazy thing. We are literally just walking through, taking. We wanted to do this like a big thing for you guys at Tokyo. Unfortunately, it didn't happen because we had a lot of aspects that goes in. But we're sitting there like, whoa, we need a good drop shot. They showed up and came up to us, and you acted like we sitting there having a map out, fighting where's Phil at TGS. They found us.
Dry style. They found us. All right, so we got it out now. We crashed out. Everyone's good. All right. Tesla, we got to get you, man. Shazam, we got to get you to finish this thing off. You've been patient. Just in terms of obviously the Asha.
Can't wait for Halloween, boy. We gonna have
Halloween's gonna be lit. Yo, Roll the clothes gonna be lit.
I'm telling you, have your costume. I do not want to see you in anything other than the big red cheese, bro. I need to see you in that.
Yeah, we was gonna start Germany.
I'll see what I can
this
do.
Week. We was gonna start Road to Germany this week.
Oh, hold on. Shout out to my man Jay Shock Blast. Big time content creator, love his work. He was like, bro, I just want you to know, I wanted that pic that I took with Cognito. That was when we went to the that was when remember me and you Attic, we was at the Bethesda, the burning.
Was that him?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay,
no, he being cool. He being funny.
Let me explain to
that's
you
the homie.
myself what happened. Mm-hmm. Okay, the person at Bethesda was wrangling us on the elevator, and I didn't see you that whole time. I don't want people thinking I'm just
when you got a curve, you thought he could curve.
Just dirt off my shoulder, now I'm good at walking. No, if I'd have seen you, I'd have took the picture with you. The problem is the people that was wrangling us, I think it was a Fallout 76 event. They're like, yo, let's get on the elevator because the elevator was so small that it only takes so many people down. Mm-hmm. And she was like, okay, next people. And I was next in line. So it's not like I was avoiding you. I apologize.
Jay, he's super cool. That's the homie. He's just having fun with this. And, bro, it's an honor that you asked to do the pick. And I love your work. And it means a lot. When other fellow content creators we see that put that grind in, and we at it, bro, it's hard getting up every day to do a podcast.
I fanboy over like Jake Baldino. I ain't going to hold you.
Yeah, go hold you. You know what I'm saying? When you see your peers and they say how much they respect your work.
Yeah, that part.
That means more than anything, bro. That you have no idea. We've been doing this a long time. You know, saying 2017, 2018, the ILP shirts, everything has been a grind. Nothing has been given. Everything has been fought for, and the respect is there. And it shows through the love of the super chats. I mean, literally, without you guys, we wouldn't be able to do half the things we could do.
Yeah, next week we're bringing this
Road to Cologne back. Yeah, Road to Germany. You know what I'm saying? Bro, you guys had me dressing up as Cog Lee for some damn anime. Bro, the things that I had to do. The foolishness and stuff I hate, the Crocs, all types of bro, I still got them goddamn Crocs they made.
And you know what's
funny? This was no shilling. I suffered for the.
Why you ain't wearing them? They look crispy, bro.
I know they gonna stay crispy. The damn you get a one time.
You keep talking, you'll be wearing those with this Road to Cologne.
Yo,
we already invested. We gonna double dip.
I suffered. I see some things. Don't call me no damn shit.
I think next week, we need that's what he wearing the jersey.
Yo, I think the flight you gotta have on some Crocs.
Hey, but that's not really a punishment, man. Those things are comfortable. I would wear them on a flight.
Yeah, we gotta do something that he's outside.
You gotta go through security. You gotta go. You gotta wear them.
Oh, yo,
all the way
do?
through security.
Yo, Addict, we can get him in the gym on squat day.
Hey. So moving on,
yo,
we didn't get
he got
Lord Shazam.
squat day,
We didn't get
listen,
Lord
in the
Shazam's
gym.
thoughts.
So we get him with under the rack with the Crocs on. Yo,
Nah.
and he got to make sure that he put them in off-road mode, right?
Hey, we're gonna do another health as well stream.
Yes,
He's gonna wear those Crocs while he does
I'm
that.
gonna go with him to the gym.
No.
And this time I'm gonna set up the GoPro where he's
ridiculous.
doing his squats so y'all can get the
Pause.
D bends. Right?
Pause.
Nah,
much-
because you wanted to be the head
Hey,
judge,
you
right?
know we're gonna make him
You a
say
head
what-
judge.
Hey,
That's
hey,
what they
King,
need to be
King,
doing. We need to be the head judge and you and the glizzies and the head judge.
King, you know what we're gonna make him do when he goes to TSA? Don't you like my Crocs? And he's gonna turn around.
Anyway, so Shazam, getting into this moving with the final thing with this thing.
Right, good form. We're
With Asha and the regime and the future of Xbox, which we will be finishing this topic. So your thoughts on this regime? How you feeling about Xbox moving forward?
We gotta get these super chats out.
Yes, we'll get the super chats.
Well, I won't hit on her, but I'll hit Sarah first because I didn't get to talk about Sarah real quick.
Yes.
And then I'll go Asha, and then I'll go the future.
Yes.
So before I get to this, real fast, Addict, I might take your doom and gloom title from you.
No,
when
I
get
like
done
that.
with
That's
this.
mine.
Okay, let's go.
You can
we'll
have you can have the mustard heart one. I don't really like that one as much, but I like the doom and gloom. Doom and gloom merchant is me. Okay, I look like a doom and gloom merchant, so you ain't taking that.
Continue.
All right, fair. But before I do, I just want to make sure I got some props here because I want to make sure that the chat isn't on my head about saying, "Oh, just a pony out there trying, with this whatever." Right?
You don't use those terms, but continue.
There's a Series
That's a
X
cuss word.
upstairs.
That's a cuss word. That's console warring cuss words.
There's a Series X
We don't do that
upstairs.
here. We don't do that.
There's a Series S sitting over there. I got one Elite controller that's the broke one because it's the Series 2, but it's there, right?
Respect.
Two Elite controllers. This is the OG from the Xbox
Hell
One.
yeah. Oh, yeah. What else we got?
Two custom, design lab.
Oh, so you
controllers
play
for my
on the
kids.
platform real. You just don't be
Look,
complaining and trolling.
Look at my dusty PlayStation.
It's ridiculous.
We got the official.
This thing has been
Xbox
under my
headset.
desk. This thing has been under my desk for like 6 months.
It's ridiculous. Continue.
We got the day one.
Oh,
Xbox
let's go.
Series X.
the year
or
official.
Xbox
He official.
One
He official.
controller.
He ain't
And
just
if
talking. He ain't
if
just
that
hating.
ain't enough.
What else?
I got the Microsoft Wave keyboard right here.
PS2
PS2
it
controller.
don't matter. You got that Starfield controller? Like,
Ooh, it's gangster.
you got that, or are you frauding? You don't got that, you frauding.
Continue.
Anyway, all that to say, so Sarah, I always saw Sarah and Phil as an item combo, right? And when the hood came along and put her thumb down on Phil, and Satya was over top of her, and when Phil had to go, she had to go.
Right.
This in her own goodbye letter was just completely what's the word? It was contradicting itself because you don't say, "Oh, we have the best future in gaming coming up," and I'm gonna leave that. Like that doesn't make any sense, right? So, with that said, I'm gonna get a piece of this booty too, real fast, because I think Phil. I think Phil took a lot of hits for stuff that Matt Booty was responsible for. And I think that's where the goodness of Phil, I think as a person, stopped him from doing some things that he probably should have done there. I know you guys everyone brought up, like, I haven't seen the fail upward stuff, but to me, that guy is the dictionary definition of the Peter principle. We just talked on this show about all the failures that he had, even before he was promoted to the head of all of the Xbox studios, and now he's getting another promotion. I think we've said on this show before, we don't like to be calling for people's jobs,
right?
But I have no idea how that guy has kept his job for this long, other than at this point getting the promotion alongside Asha. Is that both of them are going to look at Satya and Amy and be like, yeah, we'll do whatever you want. We're cool with that. Asha coming in, I don't care about the AI piece of her coming in.
Okay.
What I really care more about, and Cog, I think you can appreciate this too. So we're in IT, right?
Right.
And I can look at gaming a lot like IT from the perspective of you can have a manager in IT that is not an IT guy, and they can be successful.
Correct.
But it is very hard for them to be successful. And I think you really, in order to be, unless you're a 1 in a million type management material, if you have no experience with the entity that you're trying to manage, you have an uphill climb in front of you. And that's where I'm really worried about the incoming management here. There is no gaming background. And like I think King pointed out earlier, neither did Sarah, but the advantage that Sarah had was she was being mentored by Phil to be that person. Like Attic just said, like Asha's coming in here letting it fly, and Phil probably would have said to Sarah, hey, maybe we shouldn't do that. That's probably not a good idea. And you get to learn from that before Phil would have rode off into the sunset on his own if that was the future that we had. That's my biggest concern. The other concern that I've got looking at this, like the second paragraph of her, the return of Xbox, will celebrate our roots with a renewed commitment to Xbox, starting with the console, which has shaped who we are. It connects us to the players and fans who invest in Xbox and to the developers who build experiences for it. Look, and recommitting to the core fans and players, we're going to be Xbox again. If that's what they really wanted, they already had the people to do that. I think that she's just saying what people want to hear. And we're about to have the new era that I'm really worried about, because you can't treat gaming like the rest of the business. Look, I have been I'm in infrastructure level IT. I have to deal with Azure. I have to deal with the subscriptions in Azure and all that fun stuff. It isn't pleasant. And the weirdness of this is in the Xbox business, it's the one spot in Microsoft still that they have things that they sell ad hoc rather than being a subscription. And I don't think they have figured out how to do that yet, because they still seem to care about game sales, but by definition, their own subscription kills sales. But they're still trying to measure success on sales, and you can't do that anymore. At least not to the same measuring stick that other folks that don't have Game Pass as a subscription can, because you're just not going to have those sales, because anyone that's subscribing, why in the world would someone subscribing to Game Pass buy that game? It doesn't make any sense. So you're just not going to have, you're going to kill your sales by X% off the rip. So if they continued, if they're going to treat, Microsoft is going to treat the gaming division as just a piece of business, I really fear that Xbox is going to be around much longer, because if all they care about is the dollars, and clearly that's what they care about, because we wouldn't be sitting here talking about this right now if that wasn't the case. If all they care about is the dollars, they're going to be looking to sell studios and get the heck out of this. And if that happens, I worry about my library over there, because when they're already got whooped so hard that they're basically conceding the hardware console market. Xbox is going to be a PC spec as far as that goes. They're going to be a PC spec and a publisher. And whether or not they continue to be a publisher is going to be how well they continue to do here. If they got whooped on the console side and they got out, we've already talked about Steam's the 800-pound gorilla. And how PC players don't want to leave Steam even to get free games off of Epic. So now you have Xbox sliding in here, which, by the way, they're putting those other stores on this console if we're to believe what we're hearing. Like, that's not boding well from the business perspective either. So why continue to run that store and and keep that going if you're not making the money off of it that you're expecting it to. Because if you don't have the console anymore, that's how you were getting the extra 30% margin. Now you have to sell your games everywhere else. Why be in it at all? Keep a few studios around. Maybe Xbox Publishing stays for the super popular, most profitable things that they have. But we might see, instead of the 40 studios that they have now, maybe in the future it's like 5 to 10, like the old days.
Wow, you talk about super truncating. Okay, wow.
Yeah, because again, they clearly don't care about making a little bit of money. Right. So if making a little bit of money is out there, why put the resources into it? They're going to cull it, and if you don't make your X%, you're the next out the door, and that's my biggest fear. So
that don't sound promising, but I mean, I hear you. Look, gentlemen, we this has been a one we've beaten to death, but. Look, I'm one of the people, I'm trying to be as fair as possible. You know what I'm saying? I'm clearly biased towards the past regime. I love the past regime. You know what I'm saying? As far as what they did to try to keep the brand alive, gaming sensibilities, things that I've asked for to come to the platform that's come to fruition. But has the regime been perfect? No. There's been issues. At the end of the day, this is a business. This is not about my feelings. So at the end of the day, it comes down to, in my opinion, I'm sorry, my gut tells. My gut tells me my peoples have been Game of Throned. And when you're Game of Throned, you know what I'm saying? Like, the new regime comes in and we have to see now how they're going to operate. And the feeling feels like it's going to be very business orientated. It's going to be very profit specific. And if, you know, what Asha says is to be believed, great. She's saying all the right things from a gamer perspective. But like Attic said, we are going to see and find out very quickly the minute you don't hit any one of those promises. It'll be very fast, because one thing about the internet, they
or
don't
just
forget.
look contradictory. Don't even have to hit them.
The internet will not forget. The internet will pull you up in 4K, as Phil has found out over the years when things he said at one point.
Is this you?
They're gonna bring these things up. So that's where it's gonna get interesting. You know, my fear, my concern is, are we just putting in a regime that is going to just placate towards stakeholder sensibilities? We will find out. We will find out if it truly is about the Xbox game. We'll find out if they truly are going to continue, you know, the initiatives. My thing is, again, what people fail to realize, it's that old expression, F around and find out. What people fail to realize is that how much of the things that you love were actually kept alive, that really sometimes don't have corporate sensibilities in mind. And that's what we're going to find out very fast. And that's my concern. Also, we're coming into the 25th anniversary of Xbox. There are tons of opportunity to now have to be forward facing. What's going to happen at the Xbox Game Showcase? Who's coming out? Who's going to be talking to developers? You know, and then we talk about the Matt Booty thing. You know what I'm saying? I agree. Like, he definitely he's in a position of strength from the standpoint of him having to be the head of Xbox Game Studios and knowing everything that's going on, the pipeline and all that stuff. And it would be foolish to get rid of someone like him, right? Who you, as a person, speaking from Asha's standpoint, doesn't have this long history of game industry experience. Not saying that person that doesn't have it can't do a job. All I'm saying is you're going to have to lean on Matt for at least the first couple of years to understand how the business works, right? So when you got that, you got these factors, you got people now looking at, and here's my thing. I come from corporate. And when you're in the building, people don't realize, I'll just give you a quick story. When I was at Meta, one of my responsibilities was online infrastructure and protecting people on the platform. The reputation of Meta at the time was horrible. The reputation for protecting underage, you know, people on the platform. Right. The reputation from gamers. You know, I don't want to be my government name, right? I want to be Lord Cognito on the platform in VR or whatever, right? These are the things I had to be in meetings and fight for. These are the things that my group that's responsible, we're getting hit from tomatoes from the outside because the perception of our company is not good. The reason why I correlate it to Xbox is the perception of Xbox as a brand is not good. And then you got people who are still in the building who are talking, by the way, They are talking a lot right now. And they are saying, hey, I don't feel good about what's happening. I don't feel good. I feel like we're cooked because there's going to be a betrayal. Some people are going to feel like, hey, we were brought in to change this bad narrative about us. That was our job. And now the perception is you are giving up on this. You are walking away from this directive, this internal thing. And it's devastating to a former regime. That's the thing. That's her toughest challenge, is changing the internal discussion. Because here's the thing that nobody want to talk about. You could hate Phil and all you want. I know for a fact, if it wasn't for his relationships with game studios, they wouldn't even have signed to Microsoft Game and Xbox Game Studio family. I know for a fact. There are people, their whole relationship, Bethesda is one of them, I'll say on the record. It's contingent on the Phil relationship. What happens now when the new regime says, you know what, let's look at your portfolio. Yeah, that's cool with that little played game and all of that, but that license cost, how about we just pump out more Fallout games because the TV series is popping, and forget all this other side stuff, forget all this Dishonored, forget all this other, Elder Scrolls can wait a little bit. This is the hottest, people are going to be looked at as a spreadsheet. There's going to be no gamer sensibilities about how you feel about that IP. And that was hot back in the day. They're going to say how much numbers, how much did it cost, why we spent, where's the studio located? Damn, Texas, that's a lot of money for this studio to be located here. How much the cost of development, how long you been working? These are the discussions. You know what I'm saying? So again, be careful what you wish for. You know what I'm saying? You're going to see, again, I'm not wishing doom and gloom. And again, I swear to everything that Asha is saying, she was cooking with grease. She's doing all the right things. But people are going to hold you accountable inside the building, outside the building. And you've got to change this culture because this brand is battered. It is really battered. So that's where I'm at with it. We're going to see, you know what I'm saying? I always give people grace, at the end of the day. But yeah, I'm just telling you, in the building, I am hearing all type of things, and it's not good. So it's up to them to change the narrative that they are continue to make great games. It's up to them to show that, hey, they're still going to invest in hardware like they said they did. You know what I'm saying? It's up to them, and like I said, it ain't going to take us long to find out. And
the only bright spot is that, unlike when Phil took over, they have a wealth, an embarrassment of riches sitting in their catalog to use. Oh yeah. And like was talked about earlier, 4 to 5 of them coming out this year. Mm-hmm. So there is hope, but to your point, when you don't have someone that really is, I think I said this online, I said the champion for the gamers is gone from the top. Because that is above all what Phil gave us, is a voice for gamers specifically. I know Asha's out there saying that I think she said her top 3 games were Halo, Valorant, and I can't remember what the other one was, right? So she's trying to throw some stuff out there. Mm-hmm. We'll see if she's really a gamer. Again, it doesn't really
matter.
Honestly.
I mean, it doesn't matter as long as she does what. Yeah,
honestly, but having a true gamer in there to actually kind of be the opposite, the pushback against the corporation side, to try to tell the corporation why it's important that, hey, yeah, we might be able to make an extra 0.025% on this if we did this, but you're going to piss off everybody if you do that. And when you do that, your future is going to go down because you're pissing off the people that you need to monetize.
Did you see what Travis said about her?
Talk to me. Shout Trav.
He said that because she's well known in San Francisco, and he knows one thing and one thing only about her, like that she's really good at getting people to come to a platform, and she's good at communications on that platform. And he said if there's anything Xbox needs right now, it's users.
Oh no, for sure. Like I said, no one's out here wishing bad on anyone. And like I said, I've never been of the school of thought that, just because the person's a gamer, that they're not a hardcore gamer, that they can't run a company. And look, that's the counterpart, right? The counter argument is like, it could help because someone with a fresh set of eyes who doesn't have these attachments can make tough decisions that maybe the past regime couldn't make or should have made earlier. All that's fair. All I'm saying is, everything that you're saying now in these broad statements, these explosive things, just be careful, will and can be used against you the minute it doesn't come to fruition. I'm not wishing that. That's all. So I'm willing
She's
to
in a good position, though.
Yeah, I'm willing to give her a chance.
she's set up.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not. Yeah, I'm totally willing to give her a chance for sure. You know, everything's sounding great. I'm just saying, look, we're gonna hold you to it.
She's in a good position. She has a ton of great games that's coming out. She has a future of hardware. That I push back on people thinking that the hardware is going to be canceled.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not going to stand on any square of certainty about Xbox as far as Game Pass goes.
Right.
Honestly, I think they will probably, do something about. If anything, Day and Date would probably disappear at some point.
I think within the next 6 months, Day and Date's gone. Like easy.
But I don't think 6 months. I think that's too fast, and I think that would definitely destroy her reputation. But I think it would remain. See, they structured Game Pass in a way that it makes sense. Day and Date ain't available on the other tiers, and anybody complaining about the price of Ultimate will then go down to another tier. You just don't value Day and Date. That's what it is. So I don't know. I'm kind of iffy on that, but I think this is the last hardware, and I've always felt that as a society, I don't think consoles are going to make sense later.
Right.
I just don't believe so. And I think they need somebody that is younger than us, that understands from an outside.
Right.
Like, what is this gaming thing? What are you about? I find it funny that everybody's asking her, what's your favorite game? Hey, man, like, okay, your qualification. I don't think Satya said
on the
before you
resume.
got this job.
That wasn't on the interview.
Yo, how do you feel about Halo? What? Like, so I don't think so, guys. And I really think like holding her to, what's your gamer score?
Yeah, that ain't.
It's
that ain't
kind of wild, bro. You know, if her pedigree is wherever she goes and she's in charge of, grows, put her in place.
Yeah,
because I want it to grow.
Yeah,
and I know change hurts, but again, the squabbler done knocked down a lot of people. He done did his job.
Right.
Cool. Let's keep going. That's it. Up from here.
And like I said, my thing was, like I said, just internally for corporate, make sure that you talk to that internal team, because the morale in that building is low. And as a person who's been in those type of situations, it's imperative for the new regime to really address that, because if not, people will just up and leave and say, hey, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. So
and you don't want those key people leaving.
Exactly.
In an
era where we're losing luminaries already.
It's these two individuals. There's a lot of people in there. Right. So if that infrastructure fails, it's not just the two people that hold the infrastructure, it's those people that actually the day-to-day that make it happen. So if she can galvanize those individuals and continue for success going forward, I'm all with it, bro. I've been here from when Bill walked to the side and put somebody else in place, and it's this change is change.
Yeah, no doubt.
Final comes to me.
I'm sorry.
I don't care what her credentials are. I don't care how many games she's played. I don't care about none of that. If she can improve the Xbox brand as a whole, that's all I care about.
No doubt. No doubt. Respect. Let's just get this last one. I'm just going to combine it. It's really for King.
I had some more.
No, I did. I did my shows on this, but if y'all want to see me just blast off on these dudes, let's get to the super chats, though.
Okay. And then Shazam said he had the thought on the one more thought.
I'm down with the Blupoint.
Blupoint.
Oh, okay, he down with the Blupoint. Oh, I didn't know. Yeah, so
Shazam want that.
You want to go straight to the Blupoint? You want to do the super chats?
Let's do the super chats.
All right.
It skipped my super chat. Don't let it happen again. Rima get Asha Dominus Maximus Aurelius Sharma on y'all.
Hey yo, not Asha Aurelius.
I don't like how he said that.
On y'all. Oh my god.
The game was rigged from the start.
Phil saved Xbox. Transformed Xbox into a service-oriented business via Xbox Game Pass. Acquired ABK, Zenomix, and Mojang. Pushed crossplay, play anywhere, and the Xbox Adaptive Controller. Expanded Xbox to cloud and PC.
No, I mean, tremendous The resume speaks for itself. We're not gonna sit there and say that in my opinion, it's way more good than bad. But yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He did a lot of good stuff when it comes to like the overall brand.
Game was rigged from the start.
Rigged from the start.
Phil goes, I go. I can't trust Microsoft no more.
Wow.
Wow. You out. You out.
Give me your gamer's credentials to log into your account. I want to play all your games while you're gone.
I'm done.
The game was rigged from the start.
A rising tide lifts all ships. A healthy Xbox is great for the industry as a whole.
I agree. I agree. No competition does not help the industry. Oh yes, Super Chat's Harmony. No, that's a gift. Someone gifted a membership.
That's a membership.
Okay, yeah. Shout out to that. Oh, hold on. I think that was my man Nam Omar. Read in for me. It was an introduction to the Lords. I've seen the work over the years. That's
Sounds
not
like
been
they
given.
passed her up for next in command, so she walked out the door.
I think that's pretty accurate guess. You know, as far as reason why she might leave. Shout out to Nam Omar again. Appreciate you, brother. Remember 53 months. That was earned, not given. That's for the bars. So that was for the I got you. I got you.
They did Sarah dirty. She was the linchpin on ABK.
That's love. That's love. Let me get some of these member chats because there's a lot of them too while we waiting in between.
Just keep the member chats up and just say them after they're. By the time you read half of it, it's another one's going to play.
The only person who mentioned Sarah in their statement was Phil. Asha, Satya, and Matt Booty didn't mention Sarah. And on Black History Month SMH.
Hey, yo. I mean, you know, it's relevant. Some levels, I get it.
You can read it out.
Silver Square Blessing. Phil took Xbox when it was about to go out. He brought us 10 plus years of Xbox, brought innovation to gaming as a whole. Hashtag no PS6. That was Silver Squire.
What are you buying?
Shout out and love to the Lords.
Love. Much doubt. Much
Blessings.
love. Much love. No doubt. No doubt. All right. I was going to sneak more in, but let's see. They're a little slow in the AI there.
Well, it's not that it's slow. It's they're
So many.
queued up.
They're queued up. All right. So, yeah. Lydia Master, member for 39 months. I'm proud of the work Phil and Sarah did, getting more Japanese support on the platform. They will always be a huge W. Much love, Lord. That's literally what my public tweet was to Farrah. Fight!
So, Destin, are you suggesting Phil wanted Game Pass more than Microsoft wanted it?
I believe so.
Possible.
That's his legacy.
I think it was just a pivot to stay relevant. I don't know if anyone wanted it.
It was a trick. He tricked him.
Yo.
The industry hates GP because it's related to Xbox.
Yep. I agree with you.
Okay. Ultra Watts, member for 18 months. Can you link me to the Lords After Dark? I would have support, but couldn't find it. It links in the description, but I will put it in the chat.
If Sony had Game Pass, the industry would love it.
Yeah, they would love it. I agree.
Ultra Watts. So he's not in there no more? Okay. I'll send it to you, Ultra Watts.
I told him in the chat.
Oh, you told him? Okay, cool.
The same executives that just care about their bonuses. I'm sorry I don't care about an exec getting another yacht. I'm Luigi Mangione about this skull.
Hey, yo.
Yeah, listen, I feel you. Like I told you before, people are millionaires. I'm not.
Yeah. Respect.
You can read one.
Oh, damn. I just jumped off for a second. Yeah, Midnight, welcome. Welcome to the Rand. Salute. That's the homie. You know what I'm saying? For LSM fam.
Speaking of marketing, how is Greenberg still there?
Greedy survives. Greedy survives.
And yet he continues on. My God.
Shout out to Greedy. Salute.
Never know, they might replace him with an AI bot that looks just like Greeny.
You stupid.
I remember when Phil mentioned the target was one big AAA first-party game a quarter in Game Pass in the early days. He did achieve that.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, they did get to the point of games and just the release cadence. Now it's to the point it's like, yo, how they got to space the games out. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Good point.
Happy Sunday to my NYC, WV cousins. Sorry late, had movie Dare with the lady. Thank you,
Blessings.
Phil and Sarah. My library is here. Where am I going? They got me.
I feel that.
Facts.
I respect.
I feel you.
Where
I'm
am I
with
going?
It's just a lot like when NFL team hires a new GM. The prior regime,
Facts.
coaches, players, go as well.
Facts. Just held on to Matt little finger right now in the Lannisters. So there we go. We got a little finger.
This guy's ridiculous, bro.
Matt little finger booty. Pause.
Welcome to the ashy booty era. #
Hey, yo.
no PS6.
He said the ashy booty era, son. I kind of like that.
That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Oh, man. Hector Macho Man 37, 30. Phil was the best. Oh, I'll finish it after this.
Regimes come and go. Her and Matt get benefit of doubt till they don't. My fellow NY guys, be safe with the storm.
Thank you.
Salute to King on 10K, well deserved.
Blessings. Facts. We
Love.
pushing it, bro.
Shout
we
out.
almost at 10,100.
Salute. Shout out to Hector.
Told my wife they don't swear and it's family friendly on ILP, but every now and then she hears Sov saying, "Point that camera down, Cog, let's get rage bound."
Do you know where the laughs come from? That laugh?
I do that.
The chat.
Wow,
I'm sure.
he don't?
I don't
Do
know
you?
what that was.
Who, me?
Hey
I don't know
fellas,
what
Of course.
considering
Luigi
the
Mansion.
success of PS
No,
Plus
it's not
without day
Luigi's
one AAA
Mansion.
games, do
That
you think
little
new
laugh?
Hold on, hold
NS
on.
management redoes Game Pass structure to remove day one games?
It's
To
possible.
boost game sales? GP isn't selling hardware.
Facts.
Where's the
Because
where's
it's
the laugh come
Xbox,
from,
it's a
chat?
big deal.
Oh,
If this was
no.
anyone else, it wouldn't have been such a big deal. People just love to hate on Xbox for the clicks.
Yeah, but Xbox does put
Yep,
themselves in
Skull Kid
positions.
from Majora's Mask. They right.
No doubt, no doubt.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Sorry I'm late, guys. Just got back from the party Mike Ibarra was throwing this weekend. He seemed in a really good mood and was buzzing, no idea why.
Yo, for real, right?
Hey, yo.
Shout out to Prize Picks.
Yo. Yo.
Shout out to
How
gambling.
can Xbox gain traction with Gen Z, Alpha? Should Xbox ecosystem lean into user-created systems? Like, for you, used in social media and even Disney
Facts.
Plus.
Shout out to
See,
you out. You so
put in
far
the-
out. You in
I'm
gambling.
gonna keep switching I'm gonna keep switching the noise. Put in the chat if you guys know where it's coming from.
All right, remember, chat. Phil's the best CEO in the gaming industry. I feel Sarah got pushed out, but I understand what Microsoft want. Xbox wants to be in a different position. Shout out to Hector the Macho Man on that one.
How'd I watch yesterday's Lords After Dark exactly?
So you
I
could go
answered
to put in Insider Gaming on the Google Play Store or your Apple Store. Just type in Insider Gaming, and the app is there. We in the premium section and podcast section of the app.
Yep, Overwatch.
Wasn't Sarah credited for saving the ABK deal?
Yeah,
Yes, that was what was
Yeah.
said.
because she
Okay.
didn't snitch.
Does anyone know this one? I'm curious if people know this
Solid.
Mm-hmm.
one. See if
What you
people
doing?
know.
Wait, wait, no.
Just listen.
I think Nintendo reused that little
No,
laugh.
next is Nimble.
All right, remember, chap, crank it to cog. Pause. Guzzling King Glazy here. Glizzy here. I'm here working the snowman in my city in Mass right now. Just stop to say Northeast Brothers family, stay safe. Yeah, be safe out there, bro. Please. That snowstorm
King
is
is
crazy.
right in terms of analytics. Ops is the new metric in baseball. Batting average is dead. It's about trends now.
Yep.
All right,
Mm-hmm.
see if anyone gets this one.
Wow,
Oh, damn, someone got it.
Sega
What?
slop.
that's hilarious.
Y'all a bunch of nerds.
Messy. Mikey B.
I'm gonna have to put some more in next
Let
week.
us compete. Satya, this ain't kumbaya, silly Philly Spencer renegade. I think it was Jay-Z who once said, "I'm influenced by the asterisk place you ruined."
That's crazy. K.O.
Long live the king.
Blessings.
Shout out to P-Lop.
I'm gonna make some nude for next week.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to Slow Mo. I got you next on that member chat. I saw you. I just want to get caught in the middle. What are you, boy?
That's my favorite one though.
King is cooking. I buy games. I would give up Game Pass to keep Fable off PlayStation.
Yo, that is some console orange.
I
Jesus.
tell you, there's people out there that get that up, son.
Hold the other line. Don't try the Game Pass SSSS.
Yo, messy. Oh, man.
At least they real with it.
Yes, looks, I ain't mad if that's how you feel. But Jesus.
I'll pay.
Mhm.
Shout out to the biggest bot homie of them all.
Shout out to
Talking about Kidsmoove.
Slow-mo. The only executive statement since this announcement to mention Game Pass was Phil. He's on the way out. Where is Game Pass going to be a year from now? That is a great question, bro.
Replace and refill.
People are concerned. There was no mention of Game Pass.
Thank you, Phil and Sarah, for all your hard work. Long live the king and queen.
Yeah.
Salute. Much love. What we got? What we got? Who's up? What are you buying? What?
We're getting Connect back.
Raspy Yeti wants Connect back.
Yo, her first day back, she putting the Connect back.
Connect back in the box. You're doing everything opposite.
Yo, what happens the first day? She makes King her head of
oh, it was crazy,
bro.
Xbox equals community. Name one blue or red event that unites the Avengers for a discussion like this.
Oh, facts. That's another thing. Get careful on the Xbox community.
I want the chat to put what you think King should be in charge of at Xbox.
What are you buying? Hilarious.
Emo Amy Hood's not fired. Nothing is changing.
I feel you.
Don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe. That's what you saying, God Opera?
I feel you.
Don't fall for it. It's just PR speak.
I feel for him.
What are you buying?
People like Jaffe called you shills and you platform him.
Oh, Jaffe.
Oh, but he also walked
he didn't
back,
call us shills.
bro.
He actually called people who are what they call it to Asha. What that word is? Social paranoid. What's the word? That's what he's worried about because he actually said what's up to Phil and them on the way out. And I have a picture with Jaffe.
Microsoft's consumer strategy's been inconsistent. The Surface division after Panos Panay is a case study.
Even if he called me a shell, I've called him worse. So.
Yeah, but he also could pick up my phone and call me like he do. So shut up.
Mr. 0.98% right, spitting facts, saluting.
Blessings.
Oh yeah, that was when he was talking his talk. Talk your talk.
And you guys have a bad habit of like generalizing. Like someone says something and you act like he's talking about everyone.
Yeah.
What are you buying?
Go OFFFF King. Saluting face.
That's what he was in his. Yeah, he was in his bag. He was in his bag right there. Shout out to B Leaf. You already know.
Oh, this. I'm gonna allow these 5-6 emotes to play.
What are you buying?
Mike, drop fire.
Yes, those are.
That was an AI slop. You was almost there though.
Those
Maybe
are
another
hot
one, another emote. It probably would have been AI slop.
No doubt. What are you buying?
I came across you guys by hearing King on Dealer's podcast and never looked back. This is the only gaming podcast I choose to listen to. Nothing but respect for the Lord.
Blessings.
You crybabies can chill in the spiky bushes with those Sony branded PCLs.
Shout out to Rubber Dog. He was outside.
Console wars aside, blessings to everyone and their families. I hope the wife is fine. King Crown. #Nops6.
What?
I thought I had to make it go faster.
Oh, nice. That's what's up. Yeah, they be a little AI. We got to get it fast like Saul.
Oh, you were so fast that it ain't saying nothing now.
Oh, remember the Reddit for me was by introduction to the laws. I've seen the work over the years. This was earned, not given. Shout out to Knob Omar. That's my homie right there.
What are you
buying?
Holy hell, addict stays cleaning my phone speakers.
That's
when
fine.
Addict get loud.
Probably needed. Your speakers probably needed to be cleaned.
Hey, you.
David. Oh, shout out to David Calzone. Welcome to Lord Bronze. Oh, salute to being a member, brother. That's love. That is love. Oh, you got the speed up. I see you found it. That's what's up.
Huh?
No, I saw you. I saw you found it. How to speed it up. That's what's up.
What are you buying?
Gator, Jimmy.
Cog, where's my kickback from all the pictures with you? I need a controller. Or at least a bag from the Addict Xbox bank account. LMAO.
You mean to tell me we took a picture out of just friendship? I didn't get nothing out of it. It wasn't a shill exchange.
King basically ethered y'all lol. God's son across the belly. I proved
Hey,
you
yo.
lost already.
Hit him with the eat the bar. Across the belly. I prove you lost already. Not the eat the bars from King. That was crazy. Oh, this is my homie right here, Jovar.
F jealous people. If they knew what you do, respect. Cog, Watch out for the number witch brother.
No, I appreciate it, brother. He said one of the realest things to me. He's like, Cog, no one would ever knew what you do behind the scene. You talk to my students and kids without getting anything in return. One of the gangstest things someone ever said
Maybe
to me.
Satya sees that the path isn't working. Look at the metrics. So he brought someone in who has different ideas. Also, Phil is advising for a while.
Oh, yeah. We're just going to see how it works.
Yeah, both of them is advising for a while.
Yeah. We're going to see how it works.
That's not how corporate works.
State of gaming.
A storm is coming. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Hashtag post up.
Facts. No, a legit storm is coming.
Yeah, I'm about to go to the supermarket now. I got to buy some stuff.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. We got Freddie Fox, the OG.
Did y'all ever go this deep on PS leader changes?
Probably not.
Yeah, we did.
But,
We talked about Jim Ryan on multiple.
Oh
occasions.
yeah, bugging.
Well,
yeah,
you know
bugging.
I did. So
The problem
you know
is they switch cooks often. So
Hey yo,
Facts, right?
I'm ready to keep holding the line. Hashtag for Maximus.
That's what
for Maximus.
hey yo,
Maximus.
Messi.
Is there anyone else?
Some of y'all are wild. You think the CEO of McDonald's ever worked
Facts.
fast food?
That part, man. That part.
Mikey B. That's what's up. Oh.
Yeah, but I guarantee the
face.
CEO of McDonald's ate fast food though.
No, he ain't never
King
eat that
Hardy,
one.
King Hardy. That's one of the OGs from LA,
Yeah,
King.
put the logo on the
Put the
chat.
bras in the chat. 7857. Welcome to bras.
Yeah,
Welcome
that's
back,
my
brother.
dude.
Hell yeah. That's an OG who's seen us in the trenches.
Shout out to everybody on the panel and in the chat. We will hold the line burn game pass to the ground for exclusives. We want Fable.
Listen, I tell you, man, like at any time that y'all don't think it's up like that, boy.
Yo, do you know how many memes would happen if they did that and reinvented the console?
Man said they go burn Game Pass to the ground. So we good? We caught
Could
up?
be
I
as
could just
successful as the return of G4.
Yeah. Yo, y'all messing.
Yeah, it'll be whatever you want it to be, but for one day, I would burn Twitter to the ground in one day. Like that last tweet that I did that did 170K. I would do a tweet that would do 2 million views, bro. It will get there. Boy.
Messy.
King, if
please,
you were in
Asha, don't
charge
listen
of
to me.
Xbox, it would
I
be
will burn it to the
maximum
ground.
entertainment for about 3 weeks until
Oh, it was
in
hilarious.
the ground.
It'd be like,
I mean, I don't-
you know, it got to take time for it to actually burn. So I have
No,
it
I
on a
think
low.
I
slow
think
cook.
he's good for at least a year before.
Yeah, 1 year before it actually go up in flames.
Maximum entertainment.
can I give
Every
you your
week, I drop. It will be. First of all, I will be going live daily from Microsoft every day, son. I will have somebody.
He's gonna be
walking
on the
around with me.
Microsoft account.
I would be at AMD as the chipsets are being made.
King
gonna walk
decides
up-
he's gonna 2K the industry and say $20 games, $20 new releases.
I
Here
could
we
just see
go.
King having like a camera walking up to like a room that says no cameras, red line. He's like, I'm acting like I can't read. Walking.
Kick the door in.
Like, look
What
what's
y'all
up.
doing in
He's
here?
like, what's going on in here?
What we
Shit.
playing in here?
I could not. Look, King, you want to get your balls off as I read off this topic for you?
Oh yeah, go ahead, get it.
All right, no, this is the last one. All right, cool. Sony, in the midst of all this news, something did happen maybe a day or two before that everyone has forgotten about, thanks to Microsoft.
Yeah,
But-
Microsoft said, "Hold my beer."
Yeah, Sony said, yes, Microsoft, I got you. You want to do a fumble? I'm going to show you a generational one. Oh, mute the joint for me, so.
Talk about me laugh behind my back, but in my face, y'all some well-wishing, friendly acting, envy hiding snakes.
Facts.
Eat the balls.
Dudes don't think I don't know who they are, but I do, and I stand in front of you, and you can't look at the guard.
With your hand out
Those
for
are
my
balls.
money, how much more will it take? Woo! Okay, anyway. Sony, shout out to Bloomberg, shout out to Jason Schreier. Sony shuts down video game studio Blupoint. The PlayStation subsidiary previously made the remakes games like Demon Souls. Sony has shut down Blupoint Games, responsible for remakes such as Demon Souls. Roughly 70 employees will lose their jobs amid the studio closure. A PlayStation spokesman said, writing in a statement that the decision was made following a recent business review. Blupoint will officially shutter next month. Blupoint Games is an incredibly talented team, and their technical expertise has delivered exceptional experiences for the PlayStation community, a spokesman said. We thank them for their passion, creativity, and craftsmanship. Founded in 2006, the Austin-based studio was known for developing high-end remakes of older games, such as Uncharted, Shadow of the Colossus, and for Modern Warfare. Sony acquired Blupoint in 2021, shortly after the successful release of Demon's Souls on PS5, and tasked it with co-developing 2022's God of War Ragnarok. Following that game, Blupoint began working on a live service God of War game, Bloomberg previously reported, but it was canceled in January of 2025. PlayStation said at the time it was working with Blupoint to determine the studio's next project. And here we are. The studio has been shut down. King, this is your topic. I'm going to let you get your bars. Where you at with this whole Blupoint Games, man?
The next project was filling out unemployment slips.
Yeah.
He said, "What's this on the table?" That looked like a pink slip. Yo, listen, and I know y'all mad. Y'all like, King, that's not funny. People are out of work. Okay. People lose jobs every day. But when it's Xbox, y'all be like, oh, man, the world is crashing. This is Blupoint. They make nothing but fine, good stuff. Nothing about the stuff that they put. I've never seen anything that Blupoint has worked on has been weak. Actually, they are probably some of the best developers that they had. I don't understand why Sony went out, sought them out just to get rid of them. What have they produced under that brand as we seen? And because they have a lot of remakes and remasters that they could have been doing. A matter of fact, they have a God of War remake that is supposed to be doing a whole trilogy. How come Blupoint ain't working on that and you ain't got Santa Monica working on a new iteration of God of War? Why are you telling me that Santa Monica, as structured as they are, is working on a new God of War, plus at the same time that they're working on the remake? I don't believe so. I believe you're lying. I believe that there's no new God of War. I believe that there's just this remake. But Blupoint would have been the perfect people to do that. Oh, okay. Forget that. Forget them working on something that you said that you like to do, remakes and remasters. Forget that. My bad. What about Bloodborne? These guys have been crying for Bloodborne. They don't care if it's just 60 frames. These dudes have been dying for 60 frame Bloodborne. Just up-res it, 1440p. You got a PlayStation 5 Pro out here, and they're dying to have a Bloodborne run on it. But then you got rid of the studio that's actually able to make that happen. You got so many old games that you can have them working on just restoring old IPs. But you choose not to make money. You choose not to have the studios that are in power and have the capabilities to actually work, make it happen. One of the best studios that you had when Blupoint got on, I was like, damn, I really like that studio. They did the Metal Gear collection. They did the Nathan Drake collection. They did these things. They're a very capable studio, right? When they did, what was that, Guardian? They did that. I said, damn, man, they are very capable when they got them. It's certain studios that PlayStation went and got. I was like, damn, I wish Xbox would have got that. For them not to churn out what they're capable of doing, and it's in your wheelhouse, lets me know a couple of things. One, y'all extremely being tight with the budget. Y'all are squeezing houses that aren't having established IPs. See, that's the problem with Blupoint. They didn't have an established IP of their own that they were able to work on and actually bring to the table, because they were asking them and it was trying to pitch different things, but every time they pitched something, it got knocked down. Now, them working on a God of War live service games, why would you take the remake and remaster studio?
It's ridiculous. Yep. Ridiculous.
And say, I want you to make live service.
It's ridiculous.
Only for you to say, let's cancel that.
Generational fumble. Because it was given to them. They got the marching orders from the top to do what they told them to do, which is something they don't do.
Right. And we've seen that with all their studios, right? A bunch of their studios got told to do live service stuff that they're not familiar with, not well versed in, and don't do. No, don't go out and that's like me going to get a chef, right? And tell him, nah, I want you to just work on baking stuff. I just want you to work on pastries, not go me getting Gordon Ramsay and tell him, don't worry about making no food. I just want you to make desserts. All I want you to do is just make desserts. And you like, but you know, my specialty is surf and turf. You know, I like to do my filet mignon crazy. Nah, we want you to make creme brulee. I think you're better served making crepes. I think your crepe game gonna be good. You mismanage that is the height of mismanagement. And at the height of your mismanagement, what happened is the detriment of a great studio is shuttered. It's not even like you had something to show for them that you can shop them. It's not like you even gave them the opportunity to be sold. No, you'll rather fold them off in your books to have them be a write-off. My heart goes out to the developer, to the people that are working here. I know the joke in the beginning was crass. Okay, so what? I'm a console warrior. You got to deal with that. And first of all, a lot of you dudes lack comedic bones. I'm bringing it back. I'm going to bust your funny bone open. Pause. And I always laugh at the expense of PlayStation fans. I have fun doing it. I don't know why. It makes me feel good. But I don't laugh at the expense of great developers.
Yeah.
I think we can all look over and say it was a missed opportunity with such the IPs that PlayStation have that they didn't take Blupoint and put them in a position to win. What you do with studios as good managers, as good leaders, you take your studios and you put them in the best position to win. You see what they want to work on. You see what you got going on. So their creative juices can actually produce quality material. You sort them out for their remakes of games and remasters of games that they did in collections. You got a damn collection coming out right now. And instead of letting them just restore it, right? Because that's all we want. We want the God of War trilogy restored, right? We don't want
it. Which they've done already, by the way.
Yeah, but see, what we wanted is we wanted restored or remade in a PlayStation 5.
Right.
You know, we want that, right?
But they literally did that once already. They could do it again.
The problem is, whoever's in charge, had it been a Horizon remake, had it been a Horizon something, I think they would still be there. I think the wrong people are in place. I think the wrong people are they're out of touch. And I really wish Blupoint would have had the opportunity to show you what they're capable of after the acquisition. The fact that nothing transpired after the acquisition and then they're shuttered, that doesn't bode well for where I see PlayStation. I didn't really see them in a good light anyway. I'm just saying this makes it worse because this is one of the ones that I felt that y'all needed. And that since y'all going down to remakes and remasters, good. They can actually help out. Now they're not there.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm actually just going to let Shazam go because I know you really wanted in on this topic. I feel like me and Addict have the least interest in this one, but I want to get your balls off on this, man. You really wanted to talk about Blupoint. So
just like I prefaced the Xbox commentary to give my my creds, so that I wasn't called a Sony pony. Also, I do not want to be known as an Xbot either. So there's a PS5 sitting upstairs. There's a a Pro sitting upstairs. There's a PS5 sitting over there. We got the official headset sitting here. We got the PlayStation Portal sitting here.
We got the Portal too? Okay.
And we got the PSVR 2.
Oh, you's official. You is committed.
I'm all in, right? Looking like King said, you look at what the games that they were responsible for, God of War Collection for PS3 in 2009, Eco Shadow Colossus, and Metal Gear Solid HD in the same year in 2011. Go to PlayStation 4, you got Uncharted, Nathan Drake Collection, and Gravity Rush Remastered, both in 2015. Shadow of Colossus remake in 2018. And look, I'm not a Souls guy, so I can't speak to this, but by all accounts, Demon's Souls remake was
it.
Chef's kiss. And then after all that history, they say, you know what we want you to do? We want you to make a God of War live service game that no one wants or asked for.
Bro.
And then cancel that and then say, oh yeah, you're done. Like I just got done crushing Matt Booty for his terrible and Xbox for their terrible management of Xbox studios. This is every bit as bad as that. I would, and I think I was on this show talking about how bad the Tango situation was and what a travesty that was. This is worse than the Tango situation because you picked this studio up on its own. It wasn't part of a collection, so you didn't pick it up because it was something you just got. You intentionally got these guys, just like you got Nixus, King's Heart, to go port games over to PC. You got these guys to do remakes. Then you give them one shot at a game that, again, nobody wanted or asked for. It didn't go well, and you're shuttering it. When you have, look, I know Bloodborne was brought up. Clearly, unless they are just the absolute most tone-deaf idiots in the world, clearly there's some sort of contractual crap going on with that.
It gotta be.
Because otherwise these guys already would have made it. It makes all the sense in the world there. But Bloodborne ain't the only thing out there. And they've shown up and down the line of PlayStation history that they have remade all sorts of different things and done it well. Even, Gravity Rush, I don't think was a huge hit. I think it was more of a cult classic, as a cult following. But they even that like kind of more obscure title, they did it and they did it well. Pick any number of the history of PlayStation and then try and roll that back into something modern and bring it back up. These guys are your remake factory. It's like you kind of brought up the chefs. It's like, you know what? I got this cat over here. I love my cat. He's an amazing cat. But what I need you to do, cat, is I need you to go do blue whale things. And when that cat can't be a blue whale, you get pissed off at that cat, and because he can't do blue whale things. You know what you had. And maybe this is a situation where you should have saved the studio from itself. Maybe they were in there saying, well, we want to do, something different, something that's our own. And in that case, they're like, no, that's why we bought you. You're going to do this. And if you as a developer if you as a developer, because again, you're part of the Sony studios, right? So you would hope as a good manager of people and studios and talent within your overall organization that you would take that person that says, nah, I don't really want to do remakes anymore. You could say, okay, well, I'm going to take you and we can send you over to Bungie because God knows they need the help right now. Or we can send you somewhere else in the organization where you can help out and your talents, you can be more fulfilled and you can still keep your talents within that organization. This is a travesty that this isn't the first one. I'm blanking because it's not the first time. And I'm totally blanking on it because I'm getting a little up about it. But yeah, like I saw this and I'm just like, what are y'all doing out here? Like we can't, I can't, because I have been critical of Xbox too, and the mismanagement. It can't be critical of Xbox and what's going on over there and then look at this and go, okay, whatever. Because
everything is fine.
So this is mismanagement.
This is awful.
Just for the record, this is mismanagement.
No, yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible from the sample standpoint that, okay, you know exactly what they do. They went out and got Nixus, right? And Nixus is my heart. I love them. I know the moment that they got them, I understood exactly what the assignment was, and so did Nixus, right? But when they got Blupoint, I thought they understood the assignment, and I thought they understood that too. And as though Nixus is my heart, Blupoint was my envy. When they got it, I was envious because I'm like, man, they're about to make a whole bunch of old stuff new again. I was thinking about Soul Calm. I was thinking about all of those wonderful games that they have, like Killzone, the early stuff.
They got a treasure trove of IPs they could bring back.
Oh, boy, Sly Cooper in them. I'm like, yo, they're about to get busy. They're about to get busy. I said, this PlayStation 5 is about to get nuts. Even if you were thinking about making it just for PlayStation Plus, right? Dropping stuff in there, AA stuff, just getting busy with it. Jack and Dexter, you got all that stuff in there. You will have the ability to go back into your Rolodex and get popping with that studio and make some bread. I mean, just lower rung stuff that is going to resonate with your fan base in order to galvanize it and push it forward. To just do that, nah, man. I feel that there's other studios that can go. Like, but I'm not gonna sit here and be pointing out what you should do. I just felt that there was this should have been a better utilization of their talents of giving the treasure trove of IPs that you do have. I was upset about it from a standpoint as a gamer, and when you underutilize somebody that is proficient and is a savant in an area, it's just disheartening. And I see how the business works. You know, you get somebody that is good at this and you force them to do something else and it doesn't work out. And we don't know if the IP could have been good. Like, see, this is the problem when it comes to their live service things. Concord spooked the hell out of them, and anything that could have been possibly really good, like whatever that, like the Uncharted stuff that they what is they
the Horizon Gathering. Wait,
no, what not the Last of Us. What's that live service?
Factions.
Factions. Yeah. That could have been really good, right? I don't know that. I know I'm mad about the Spider-Man. I know there's a lot of live service stuff that y'all had that I was amped and ready for. And I think Concord locked everything down. I think they fell at the hands of what Concord left, like the vacuum that Concord left. Because if their last game was a live service game and then all the live service games get canceled, then that's a byproduct of the loss that they suffered at the hands of Concord. And if Concord took down Blupoint, then it was more costly than you know. Because if this
was already costly.
Yeah, I mean, like, financially all the way through Jim's, and that's probably one of Jim's last edicts. Like, if he got Blupoint and he put him on this, that's how you replace and repeal somebody's legacy.
Also, who putting Jim in position?
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about.
We ain't gonna talk about Big Herm.
Well,
Herm was getting no responsibility for all this.
No, well, they're parading that dead body around right now. Like, Herm,
you saying Herm's Weekend at Bernie's?
Yeah, that's what I honestly believe. Herm
talk about leadership and mismanagement and who need to be let go and everybody calling for other jobs. We ain't gonna look at Herm.
I've been said Herm had to go.
Oh, okay, I don't be seeing nobody in the streets be saying Herm name these days.
No, I meant Herm had to go a long time ago when Horizon was the focal point on everything.
And some form of internal bias for a franchise that you came from Guerrilla and that you try to make pop on every single level that don't seem to be popping on every single level.
Like, all his moves has been absolutely wrong, but I feel that Herm shouldn't be there. I think they just still need Herm. Right, and he's a Weekend at Bernie's. I understand that. I think Herm is just a prop. I think he's going to, until they finish utilizing him based upon his Concord transgressions, then they will let him go. But, you know, Jim, I think Jim, after they said, "Yo, we're gonna start doing this, that, and the third," Jim was like, "I'm out of here." True. I think Jim did a fill. And like, I'm retiring. I'm out of here. I'm not going to do this.
No, they did Jim like Sarah.
I think Jim got shown the door.
Yeah, I don't think he did. Remember, he said 10 live service games. Our game, we need to be big. The blockbusters. That was Jim.
I think all of them get fired.
No, but Herm survived. But I mean, Herm survived. But then he got
he got
neutered.
All the ones that be saying retired. All that stuff.
Yeah,
I'm gonna keep the same.
Yeah, let's keep the same energy. That's what I'm saying. Like, why we know this ain't retired. We just said it with this current regime at Xbox.
I think they all get fired.
Right.
I don't think that retired stuff is real unless you got medical stuff.
You look at the circumstances around it, because like you can kind of read the tea leaves around what's going on. Like we just did. An hour or so ago, because you don't take people that have been around that long and oh, by the way, both of them, like both of your top management, whack.
We know for a fact. what happened with one. But the other one, we figured, yo, this is just like, I got fired. Right? But they don't do that in corporate speak. They let you go out gracefully because it's a stain on the company if he's been fired type of thing.
Based on it,
so we got to respect that, and I respect them as that. But we ain't gonna sugarcoat it. One guy got fired because somebody asked me, "Oh, did Phil get fired because you said Jim got fired?" Yeah, hell yeah, he did. Like, it is what it is. But
if anyone doesn't think everyone was fired here,
it's one of those things where it's like, don't get it twisted. If they both said, "No, we good," they both would have been escorted.
Exactly. I don't freeze was like, no, facts. I was gonna get my balls on unless you.
It's like a dignity thing. It's like we can let you leave with your dignity, or we can take your dignity and make you leave.
Look, all I was gonna say is this, man. Like this right here. Like again, I don't want to hear about gross mismanagement and organic stuff ever again from other people. Like I just don't want to hear it. I don't want to. I got so many receipts right now. It's ridiculous. Like,
and this studio makes 0 cents to close down.
0 cents.
I really like them.
To your point about the organic thing, though, right? Like that was an organic acquisition.
Yeah, that was definitely organic.
The only thing that they worked on that I'm looking at here, and this is your heart, games. Cog, is they had a hand in the Titanfall 360.
No, that's cute. But was it organic when they told them to make God of War live service? Was that organic for Blupoint?
No, I think he's referring to.
Oh, you talking about the acquisition of it?
It makes sense as an acquisition.
And all I'm saying, because I still got a little bit of petty console warring in me now.
Yeah,
I'm going to let it out now. Now I'm going to let it out. Let it flow.
The amount of pettiness that Cog has been the past week is ridiculous.
I am a petty individual. Because my thing is, I'm a good person. So when I figure out that you're not a good person, then I got the receipts to destroy you. I'm gonna destroy you now. So my whole thing is, I was told that certain executives that they don't know how to manage studios. He was just
saying us not to talk to the minority. Now he's doing it.
I was told. I ain't say nobody's name. I was told that the right way to do things, is organic growth and developing the culture and all this. So now we got a studio that was known for historic remakes and all these quality games being forced to make a live service game. And I mean, I'm going to assume that studio cost in Austin really cost a lot, right? I'm going to assume that, and that probably has something to do with it. And the fact that you made them do something they don't want to do, and now they're ready to pitch a game for themselves. And the minute they get the chance to do something for themselves, you cut them off. So what I see when I'm looking at their portfolio, Ben Studio, unannounced games of service game canceled. Blupoint, which we just now game God of War games of service canceled and studio shut down. Bungie had a game called Payback for doing their joint canceled. Now we hoping Marathon is whatever it is because that got delayed and we'll go see what that is. Fire Sprite with the Twisted Metal game canceled game service. Oh, Firewalk. Concord, the biggest flop in gaming history.
History with the
history. Clock canceled. Deviation Games, new IP studio canceled. Insomniac live service game, Spider-Man game canceled. London studio canceled. What else? I forget. Japan studios canceled. Naughty Dog, Last of Us, Factions Online canceled. Final Strike games canceled. Oh, I got the receipts. Spider-Man, I got the receipt. So again, it's just funny to me how people who, again, when it's the platform you like, it's the color you like.
I love how
when it's the studio you like. That was it. Yeah, when it's the oh yeah, I did fraud with that. I want to get my balls off. No, I gotta get the song. I just like it when it's the studio and the people you like that you want a cap for. It's everything's all good. The industry's fine. Everything's great. Nothing's wrong with us. It's just this one side over there that's got a problem. No, your house is messed up too. It's infested too. It's bad. It's bad out here. So let's not. I love how people try to hide behind the console sale and try to make it seem. And then even with that, try to make it seem that there's no long-term ramification for closing studios, canceling games, and putting out an output that is as low as you do. When Hiroki Totoki came in and said, moving forward, we are cleaning house. You are only getting at max 2 first-party games a year. Don't paint this picture to me
And
that
one of them is
things
Sons of
are
Sparta.
great. There is nothing wrong. Oh, let's not get it. All right. There's nothing wrong. I just love it. To me, how people just have this gleeful, what they call it, whistling through the graveyard ignorance. I think it's funny. Like there's no problem. Everything is great. Don't you look over here, Cog. There's nothing wrong with us. Okay. I got the receipts. I got all your studios and everything you shut down, shuttered, and this is gross mismanagement. Period. We not sugarcoating that. I just been wanting to get those balls off because I heard that all generation, how one side does things perfectly and great. And this is the way you do it. This is the model. The only person who should be popping with their model, I'm gonna tell you the person who should be popping over their model is Nintendo. That is the only I told you so people who could talk. And Don Otaku, I wish you was here right now. You are allowed to talk your talk. All this other stuff, stop it. You look at all you do is exposing your bias. And I got you in 4K. I got the receipts. Okay, I'm done.
Well,
are you done ranting to the 25%?
I let my console warness flow for that
to
time.
layer
I
on
love it. I
about
love
the
it.
mismanagement. If we're going to talk about actually managing your studios, Media Molecule, can you come to the front of the conversation?
Oh my God.
You want to talk about studios in trouble?
What the hell have you guys been doing?
And again,
the last game
I'll let you finish,
that they actually primarily developed was Little Big Planet 2 in 2011.
Talk about
And
Big
then
Sack
talk
Boy?
about- they didn't do that.
They didn't do Big Sack Boy?
No, Sackboy's bit was shoot. They were. I thought they were someone else. I could be wrong on that one. I thought Sackboy's
They made
dreams
Dreams.
entirely different.
They made
development.
Dreams.
I thought they
Dreams, but
Dreams
that wasn't
was
really a
something
game.
that they shouldn't have closed.
Yeah, but you can't say it's not a game. It's a game that lets you make games.
It's a thing that lets
I
you
think
make
we
another
just going
game, and it
crazy on this
flopped
topic, though.
spectacularly too.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. So they get away with a huge flop, which again, if you look, because Sumo Digital is the one that made Little Big Planet 3 alongside of some Media Molecule, because Media Molecule had Dreams in develop for a long time.
Yeah.
So they took all that time, flopped, and here we are in the year of our Lord 2026, and they still
Year of our
are a studio, and Blupoint is out on their asses. Like that just makes no sense in the world to
And
me.
wouldn't you say similarly, if you're Hiroki Totoki, you're looking at the PlayStation Studios family, right? And you're looking at studios like that are not producing blockbuster games and may producing these smaller games, wouldn't you think that there would be some form of trepidation from that studio, especially if Blupoint can't survive in a world where, let's be honest, I've clowned Sony on record for like, it's too many remasters. And look, I'm not stupid. I know what makes money. So even though I don't like it, right?
Yeah, Shohei told us to buy the remaster.
Shuhei told us facts. He said, yo, please buy the remasters. That helped funds the other projects, right? That funds the games that you want to think. So if they're doing something that I don't like, but it makes money, I can't get mad at the part that makes money. You literally have the ultimate studio that makes remasters, that could you have a treasure trove. You have some of the greatest classic IPs that could be revived easily for a quick turnaround and a quick buck. And this studio can't survive. I shouldn't be concerned that your house might be on fire. I shouldn't be concerned in no bit. There's nothing wrong with you. You look infested to me. That's how it looked to me. I just gotta be honest.
He's using terrible words for you.
Sorry. So I do come with receipts. Yeah. And we're gonna see Ben Studios. Somebody said, when was Ben Studios last game?
And Ben is next in line for what have you done for us lately?
That's what I'm saying. I forgot about.
If Bluepoint can't survive, how do Media Molecule and Ben continue to? Because I'm waiting. I'm literally waiting for the announcement at this point. Because
it should come on next week. They do things on Thursdays.
You're stupid. But anyway, that's all I had to say.
Let's boogie.
Let's boogie. Let's get up out of here. Any more super chats?
I gotta go to the supermarket.
I gotta run out to that storm is hitting. All right, let's get the super chats. Get up.
I wonder if Herman learned from the master Jim Ryan and gave them a pizza party and handed out cookies. Hashtag NOPS6.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Diabolical. So that was some diabolical stuff.
The London joint. Yeah, I remember that. That was crazy.
What are you buying?
Peace, we thank Blueprint by firing them. P.S. we buy studios just to fire then. 7 studios gone in 5 years.
Yep.
got it for with the 5. I wonder if Herman learned from the master Jim Ryan and gave them a
Yeah, we
pizza
got
party.
that.
and
He just said that.
We got that.
He did that. Yeah, the AI said it.
I didn't hear it.
Sony
really?
seems hellbent on undoing everything
They're going
Crying
down.
Lion Jim Ryan did.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so.
I agree. Yeah, he definitely undoing. And then the fact that Herman Holtz to me is under the other guy.
Replace and repeal.
Yeah, I feel like he's been put in a role where he's kind of has to answer to them now.
What if Asha does what Phil wouldn't do, have exclusive things to the Xbox version of games like COD, Fable, and Forza that aren't on other platforms? Thinking face.
Phil was pretty clear he didn't like stuff like that. So
No, King.
That's
King
right.
love that. King is Team Asha if she do that.
I'm gonna tell you right now. She bring back console
The
war,
other
and
was
I'm
The
all
Last
for
of
her.
Us. That's one hot game every
3
10-year
years, that's what I
average,
said.
and
3
so
years on the
LAAAAMMM.
He using the
I'm
Jay-Z
not gonna
bars.
lie
that
to you.
E thing was crazy.
That was crazy.
I'm not gonna lie to you. If she bring back console war and a whole new effect, son, she my best friend.
Jim left tons of financial bombs, pulled all the alarms sold in stock, and left tears of joy months put in
Bro.
that work.
That 10 live service game initiative. Bro, where's fair
12.
games, by
It was
the way?
12. No, we don't know.
Where's
They
fair
took the
games?
dollar signs off the fair game.
Yo, you stupid.
Only thing organic
Actually, they
is that
did.
job loss.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Oh, damn. Yeah, he going there. They did take the dollar sign off of fair games?
Yeah, they took the dollar sign off the
It
name.
ain't MA dollar sign?
No. No. That's what I was like. You don't remember I made the video saying clowning they funded the way.
That's crazy.
ILP,
Jovar.
where the podcasts are so long that men need to shave before it starts and again when it is over.
Oh, we helped you do your whole shift, Jovar. You toured the whole Iceland through this podcast. So look,
Facts.
we hit it, man. We made it. We knew this day would be epic. Look, man, appreciate y'all. Really, like everyone that came through. Shout out to Parris. Shout out to Destin. Man, shout out to Jazz, obviously Kidsmoove, of course, the homie Lord Shazam. He like, bro, I gotta cash in on this one. He's like, this one, this is too much. I got things to say. Man, we really appreciate y'all. And for all the real ones, I know we gave the 5% a little bit too many bars today, but we had to get it off our chest just to let people know what time it is, regardless.
Yeah, I'm so sick and tired of getting no sex.
We had to
bro.
let it go. I had to let my shooters, my goons get off.
I'm a roast that 5% every chance I get.
I feel you, and y'all deserve.
There's a reason that 5% keeps getting bigger because you don't check them.
I agree. Sometimes I'm about peace and moving on and something, but sometimes you gotta slap somebody else.
Okay.
Yeah, I admit once in a while I'll choose violence. It doesn't happen
that
often.
once in a while is becoming once a week at this point.
It's been,
I hope y'all watching him, bro.
He's been like this all year.
Listen,
I
man,
told you that, but y'all don't listen to me.
it's only when King is not here I feel I have to evoke his spirit.
And now he's trying to say.
So
now he's trying to say it's King's fault.
I'm just holding my cousin down. You know what I'm saying? He's always gonna be with us.
Don't let him throw
what
this
it is.
BS because I'll be on the show and I'm watching the console war. I'll be sitting right here. Like he act like I'm not sitting here watching him do what he doing.
Listen,
and I'm like,
man.
y'all seeing this?
I'm just keeping your spirit alive so they know.
Yeah.
You know what
While I'm
saying?
here though. While I'm here.
Just to remind them, you know what I'm saying?
You know what's funny, King? He'll do all of this and then say, "Back to you, King."
Yo, the wildest thing is he's just doing translations for what I do.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Just in case y'all didn't understand what King was saying.
Sometimes you gotta kick their ball over the fence to know whose yard is this. You really go make
And you know what's crazy? None of this is ever in the Scar crypt.
Yo, he got his
None
own.
of it.
He got his own script that he be reading. He don't let us see that script. So that's crazy.
Listen, man.
His is red and ours is green.
You're only getting Dark Side Cog once in a while. You'll get used to that.
Once a week.
That's
which is
King's
every
job.
podcast at this
The
point.
script,
It's been every
the script
week,
has
bro.
told it is King's job to do that. I just make sure we don't.
Y'all see, y'all be acting like it's me.
King been missing a couple podcasts here lately. It's not because of King. It's because Cog says you could take the week off. I can become King.
Look, man, appreciate y'all. Appreciate all the listen. Y'all came through today, man. Y'all came through. Please hit that like button. It really helps the algorithm get the hype up, all that. Lord Shazam, where can people find you? What you got going on, sir?
You can find me on X at Tesla Tidbits. I comment and am in the chat as at Daring One. But I had a podcast once too, so I keep the Tesla Tidbits moniker because that's where most people see me at.
No doubt.
I did want to say real fast that we mentioned a lot about youth and gaming, and so I got a 15-year-old, an 11-year-old, and a 6-year-old, 2 boys and a girl, and while I do see a lot of a lot of their gaming is on the tablet and kind of mobile type stuff, they are down here on this PlayStation, they are down here on this Xbox, and they are down here on this Switch too. So I don't know if it's just because it's my influence or just because the systems are around, but my teenagers and my kindergartner are still gaming on consoles. So there's hope. There's hope.
It's still hope.
And that's
man.
just you. Are they
That's
asking
you.
their daddy,
Yeah.
let me get a console
See,
for
that's
Christmas?
the thing. See, I was going to
So they got all
you.
the consoles because Dad bought them.
No. So okay. So this is how you gauge their interaction with consoles. Do they ask for a console? Like when a new console is coming out and they know a new console is coming out, not Dad being with his old self telling them what they're gonna play. Are they saying, "Hey, Dad, man, I want that Switch too"?
My 15-year-old and my 11-year-old stood in line with me for the Switch 2.
Did you make them?
No, they came with me.
Oh, just because they wanted to see? Did they say, Dad, I want a Switch too? You was in line for yourself, yes?
Yeah.
All right.
But,
see, so
they
don't
knew it was
count.
coming and they
count.
wanted it too.
Mm-hmm.
So, but did you did what type of dad is that? You was in line, you got your Switch, and you said, no, you don't earn, so you gotta wait. What happened here? I gotta know now. Now you messed up. Now I gotta know. Okay, so wait. Did they get a Switch while you was online with them? Did everybody
No,
walk out with a
just
Switch?
one Switch for the whole house.
Oh, that's wicked. You're a wicked man.
He's wicked.
Like, yo, after I handle Mario, you next. Wait. Like, all right. So, okay. This is how I gauge it.
Mm-hmm.
I gauge by their wants, right? And when my son says, because I asked him, I said, "You want a PlayStation?" Said, "Not really."
Mm-hmm.
He wanted a MetaQuest.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, all right, cool, got him that. The only reason why he got my PlayStation 5 because I got a Pro.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't taking it to GameStop because GameStop was going to give me $25. So I was just like, you got a PlayStation, here you go. And he was like, okay,
Right.
cool. But he never asked for it. So that's how I gauge it.
That's
I
how you
gauge it
gauge
now
it.
with these kids.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, my
Okay.
problem is they never really get a chance to ask because I just buy all the stuff. So down here in the basement, the old and busted, the Series S and the original PS5, they down here, and the kids can play on that all they want.
Gotcha.
Upstairs is the new hotness with the PS.
Sorry, I
PS5
can't
Pro.
give you my bars when I leave today. I gotta go because I gotta help.
Go.
All right,
Go.
all right.
Love
Talk
you.
to y'all later. Peace.
Later,
Love
King.
you guys.
No
Blessings.
doubt. I'm sorry. Continue.
I was just saying that the new hotness was upstairs with the PS5 Pro and the Series X, and that's where I game. But the Switch is the only one, because it's portable, that there's only one in the house. And to be frank, even though I'm sitting here with all this,
he a beast.
and again, I had to show all my props here today
Flex.
because I'm
Flex.
here for the people that said that I wasn't a Nintendo guy.
Stop listening to that 5% in the chat today.
I'm all three because I like all three of them. But yeah, the kids. Actually, my middle one is like, hey, I've saved up $30 toward. He wants Five Nights at Freddy's on on the VR2. On the VR2, that mind you. So
that's what's up, man. I appreciate you, brother. Always good to chop it up with you. And obviously, you got a chance to build in real life. You already know. And yeah, man, always looking forward to more discussions and these real gaming talks, these event type moments in the
As
industry.
always, my great honor to be on the show anytime I can be on. Especially, man, it was full today.
Yeah, bro. We had the who's who. It was one of those, man. It was classic Jake. Addict, the homie, appreciate you holding me down during all this crazy news and all the content we've been putting out together. Where can the find you? What you got going on?
So my opinion on the Blupoint thing, because I was never asked.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, that's right. You got skipped.
Yeah,
Go.
It's just I don't care.
Yeah, because that's what he said earlier. That's why I think I was like, I got my
enjoy
bubble.
the concept of their games, but they never really gave me something that got me excited. I hate the jobs were lost in this situation, but me in particularly, like the studio didn't really resonate with me a whole lot.
Okay.
I thought you liked the Souls remake on.
Yeah, did you play?
I played it for like an hour.
Oh yeah, rock. Okay, no doubt.
And it's not even it was a really good quality. It's just I think at the time something was going on. So it's not really their fault, but they didn't do enough games for it to me to be like feel like connect. Like it's not like an Obsidian. I played countless Obsidian games.
No, I feel you. Where can find you? What you got going on, sir?
find me on Twitter, Lord Addict ILP. Find me on YouTube at Gaming Addict. I'm going to be streaming Resident Evil 9 this. I think it's this week, Friday. So hopefully I'll have that beat by Sunday. I don't know. We'll see. I'm going to probably be streaming 6-7 hours at a time because your boy on a time crunch. I want to have that before ILP Sunday. So yeah, I got that taken care of. Gonna have a lot of shorts going out. I'm gonna be I'm not gonna do any kind of spoiler thing with the shorts. I got a couple concepts I want to try out with Resident Evil 9. But I appreciate we're coming through.
Yes. Massive show, man. Again, everybody salute that pulled up and came through. Again, Destin, Legarie, Parris, Jazz, everybody, Kidsmoove. It was fun. We like these discussions, different opinions and stuff like that with these big moments in gaming. And shout out to y'all that pulled up. Make sure you hit the like button, hit the subscribe. All that stuff helps us in the algorithm. Continue to grind continues. We got a lot of fun stuff planned, man. I cannot wait to talk about the stuff that we're going to be doing, as well as supporting Lords After Dark, man. We are cooking with that stuff. We got some fun, competitive stuff there that I'm excited for with that. For you guys to check out. And stay tuned for, I don't want to spoil too much. There's more stuff going on when I can't talk about it and shit.
And I'm going to send you guys over there to my boy Rex over there streaming Resident Evil 6. Blind, he never played it. And, after seeing him play Resident Evil 6, I realized, this game was worse than I remember. Definitely chill out over there. Go in their ILP raids, show some love. It's his first time playing it.
Yes, next week will be a fun one.
On Leon's campaign.
Oh yeah, real quick, we would have started Road to Cologne today, but clearly Xbox had other ideas of what topics would dominate the show, so we will be getting back on that stuff soon. Don't forget, we got that, and we also got some also fun stuff popping. I believe a big game release is next Sunday as well. By next Sunday is a big game release, so stay on the tune for some maybe a special guest with that as well. We are out of here. Enjoy your Sunday. Peace.
Peace.